the challenges that renewables are presenting. Well, you said that our investments in renewables will create a situation where we will be 100% dependent on Russian gas. No, this is not true. We have never been 100% dependent on Russian gas. Well, they provide a significant share of gas that we do consume, but well, this significant share has never been more than 40. And day by day, this is decreasing because of the hard work that we are doing to reach out alternative suppliers. And in past weeks, we have witnessed record high deliveries of LNG shipments to our terminals, and that shows that alternatives are possible. We will need gas also in the next decade, but we do our utmost that partially this gas demand will be covered by our own production and also by the production of biomethane and green hydrogen. So energy mix is decided by the member states. We do support them so that they can do it in the way that they are taking care of three principles: decarbonization, affordability and security of supply. Thank you.
Kiitokset ja sitten vielä edustaja Roos.
Mr. Ross, you can ask a supplementary question.
I'm not saying that we get 100% Russian gas when we have renewables, but we need to have a fossil backup. Are you prepared to let go of the 40% of renewables by 2030, because it's a huge risk?
Mahtaako tämä vaatia vastausta?
Should you maybe answer that?
I am at the situation where co-legislators are forming their positions. So it depends what you and your colleagues here at the European Parliament will agree. I have heard also loud voices that 40% is not enough and we should raise our ambitions. As well, I am dependent what Council will tell us. And then we are starting the trialogues. I do believe that renewables are a smart way to lessen our dependence on imports. And renewable gases are also a wonderful tool in the hands of our farmers, for example, because we do have lots of residues that could be taken into good use and produce biogas. So this is one tempting way how we can provide our farmers also alternative revenues by using their production and replacing with that the imports. But of course, the targets that we set are individual, so every member state will have its unique target based on their starting position. And there are some member states who do have better starting positions than others. We do prioritize, for example, the vast potential that offshore wind provides us, and you can expect that by the end of this month we will also come out with a permitting proposal so that permitting of offshore and mainland wind and other installations could be done faster than so far. Thank you.
Kiitos. Ja sitten annan puheenvuoron edustaja.
Thank you. Ewin Tomac, next. Please go ahead.
Doamnă președintă, doamnă comisar, a fost necesar ca...
Madam President, Madam Commissioner, it was necessary to have Putin show us that Gazprom is more efficient than the Red Army in order to discuss energy efficiency and autonomy in Europe. It is a known fact that in Europe, unfortunately, we do not have a framework for gas reserves as we have for oil, for example. And my question to you is, which concrete steps has the Commission taken in order to support the member states in their efforts to increase their storage capacity for gas? Thank you.
Kiitos ja kuulemme nyt vastauksen.
Commissioner, you can reply.
Indeed, in Europe we do have in place strategic oil stock, oil reserve that serves 90 days consumption. And we don't have this kind of obligation for gas because underground gas storage needs some specific geological, it has to meet some specific geological conditions. Usually depleted gas fields are well used for, salt caverns are used for storage. And that means that we do have several member states who don't have their own underground gas storage. To give also them necessary protection, we have put in place regional gas coordination groups so that the contingency plans are designed in a way that, that we take into account interconnections, LNG terminals, possible means to use reverse flows, and of course underground gas storage. Last month we proposed the gas storage obligation, and I am really grateful. I see there Professor Buzek, I am grateful that you are taking the fastest procedure that you can and will tackle the underground storage now as a strategic infrastructure. And in the longer run, last December we proposed the gas decarbonization package that guides us to decarbonize our gas market, and many member states have already achieved the situation where natural gas represents a very small share in their energy mix. Thank you.
Kiitos ja edustaja Tomak, ehkä teillä on lisäkysymys.
Mr. Tomac, you can ask a supplementary question.
Întrebarea mea.
Yes, my next question is the following. Does the Commission envisage common purchase of gas in the future? I'm talking about these reserves of gas. Thank you.
Kiitos ja komissaari.
Commissioner?
Well, it is important to make a difference that our proposal on gas storage is not a proposal to create strategic gas storage that markets cannot use during heating season. So this is not a copy of the oil, strategic oil stock, which is impossible to release unless there is specific decision among International Energy Agency members to do so. So our proposal on gas storage is a seasonal storage, and this, the aim is that before the heating season starts, before the withdrawal season starts, we do have this additional buffer that complements the flows via pipelines or LNG terminals. And by creating this seasonal storage, we are not creating additional demand at this very summer where we do have to meet the situation of deficit. And your first question was, will we finance underground storage sites? There have been some member states proposing underground storage sites, and we will see the full list what member states are proposing when we will complete the Repower EU projects list. Thank you.
Kiitos. Sitten annan puheenvuoron edustaja Jutta Paulusille. Olkaa.
The next speaker is Jutta Paulus. Please go ahead.
Thank you very much, Chair. Frau Kommissarin, liebe Kadri.
Madam Commissioner, thank you very much. I have questions on the targets we have for European energy policy, not just for fossil fuels, but also uranium. There too we are dependent on imports. And looking at the 8 scenarios laid out by the European Commission, you don't see amongst those a single one that is based on 100% renewables, despite the fact that various research institutes and other bodies outside the European Union have forecast this type of scenario. Could you comment? And none of these scenarios actually talk about how citizens themselves can accelerate the transition. Now, if the European Commission could support this process so that active consumers who have rights and that their rights are implemented. The deadline elapsed in June last year. How will the Commission act in order to allow citizens to become active in countering the Russian war on Ukraine?
Teillä vastausvuoro.
Commissioner, you can reply.
The first part of the question, why we don't have 100% renewable scenario, comes from our treaty. And treaty says that member states do have sovereign right to choose their energy mix. And we know that we do have member states who are committed to become climate neutral, but with the help of nuclear. And this is the reason, this is sovereign right of the member states. Now, on the part of the citizens' empowerment, we have met bilaterally several times, and I fully agree with you that we should give citizens the feeling of ownership, because this actually accelerates our green transition if they do feel that they make a difference. And coming from Estonia, I do truly believe that digitalization is the key. So there are lots of actions already taking place on ground, and well, we do have good partners, being them NSOE or different associations that unite our energy market participants who are promoting this. But of course, in big market, it takes more time than in smalls. But this is a necessary way forward. Now, the question that there was a deadline on one proposal already last year, I will reach out again. I don't have ready answer for that for you right now.
Kiitos, ja sitten edustaja Paulus.
Mrs. Paulus.
You're totally right. If we want if we want prosumers, active consumers, being part of the electricity market, we of course would need a smart meter rollout in order for them to be able to sell their energy. So this is maybe the follow-up question, because the smart meter rollout was also due to be completed already, but not every single member state has succeeded in doing so. So my question would be, when will the Commission act on this and put, let's say, a bit more pressure on member states to get going on the digitalization of the energy sector? Thank you.
Komissaari, olkaa hyvä.
Commissioner.
Based on our annual working plan. And of course, year 2022, well, this is all about extraordinary measures, but you can expect that in September, we will have our digital energy action plan, and by that time, well, we have to do our utmost that everything that is already agreed will be also taken into account. And then of course, the digitalization is a key to empower the small producers who are also making a great difference if there are millions of them. Thank you.
Kiitos. Sitten edustaja Laura Ferrara, olkaa hyvä.
Next speaker is Laura Ferrara. Please go ahead.
Grazie, Presidente.
Thank you very much, President.
Commissioner, the Recovery Fund was an ambitious response and a united response of the EU that has been tested greatly by the pandemic. In this way, we fought against a crisis that couldn't have been dealt with by individual member states on their own. At the moment, we're also dealing with another pandemic, the energy pandemic, and we need something equivalent. We need renewable energy sources that are more accessible, more secure. They will contribute to dealing with problems linked to climate change, the environment, and security. It will help rein in costs for businesses and households and will help us make sure that we are independent from an energy point of view from third countries. And then, of course, there's the military campaign of Russia in Ukraine, because also they're getting money from selling their fossil fuels. So all of these objectives are part of Repower EU, but we also need extraordinary resources, funds that not all member states have at their disposal. So why don't you put forward a legislative proposal for an energy recovery fund that... Thank you.
Ja komissaari, vastaatteko?
Commissioner, you can reply now.
Yes, indeed, we need a significant investments into our energy sector to replace old solutions with the new ones. And in this regard, already the recovery plans that national governments presented to us were designed in the way that 37% of the funds were dedicated to climate-related expenditure. And now the member states who do have plans in place and ready projects in the pipeline are willing to front-load those investments, and this is a very necessary action from their side. So you were asking why we are not adding something on top of the multi-financial framework. Well, right now we are mapping the investment needs. So this is the plan behind this Repower EU project list, that at first we need to know what are the projects that are not already covered by the recovery plans or our PCI list. They are not in the PCI list, but they are still very much needed. And then on top of that, of course, if we will replace our imports with homegrown renewables, then this is also a business case for our private sector. We cannot achieve these high targets without private investments, without our financial institutions stepping in and with the help of the private investors, but also with EIB, who announced that they will be European Climate Bank. We plan to accelerate this transition, and we have to do that. Thank you.
Kiitos, ja onko teillä lisäkysymys, edustaja Ferrara?
Mrs. Ferrara, would you like to put another question?
Grazie, mi piacerebbe...
Thank you very much. I would like to go back to the Energy Recovery Fund, because we firmly believe that it would help with investment in energy efficiency, especially in the building sector, in order to have the necessary interconnector infrastructures in Europe to promote renewable energy sources and to have different kind, and to also have autoconsumption. We have the 110 super bonus in Italy that was a very important step forward, and that helped retrofit state buildings and homes and make them more energy efficient. So I'm wondering whether it would be possible to make this a priority. Could you introduce this financial instrument in order to come up with an immediate response? Thank you.
Komissaari.
Commissioner?
Member states do have different financing available to give grants for the households who are starting the renovation. Well, there are different EU funds already that can finance this kind of activities. Regional funds, modernization fund, well, recovery funds. And on top of that, the revenues that member states do receive through ETS scheme, well, and they were significantly higher than it was predicted just a year ago, should also be dedicated to the climate-related actions. So, so there are funds available. Commission at this very moment is in the situation where we have to maneuver in the framework of negotiated and agreed financial budget. And we will do so. We will indicate the resources that are there for the immediate need to solve this current challenge we face. Thank you.
Kiitos. The last three speakers are off quota, so I would only allow one question each, because we are also late. So next is Mr. Carlos Zorin.
Sr. Presidente, muito obrigado, Sra. Comissária.
Thank you very much, Madam President, Madam Commissioner. We are facing an emergency. We've carried out the diagnosis. We've set out the path and the trajectory, and we need to be bold and swift in implementing all of this. I'm asking for structural answers, structural solutions, which we need straight away. The European Commission did find the Iberian Peninsula as an energy island, which is why we need a cap on gas prices so that we can cushion the impact and also fund investment into interconnectors that are missing. So my question is very concrete. What we do in the Iberian Peninsula will be a cornerstone of the rest of what we do in terms of structural changes. We have to have special procedures here. We can't be resigned when it comes to what special measures, special procedures do you intend to adopt with regard to resolving the problem we see on the Iberian Peninsula?
Ja komissaari.
Commissioner?
Well, indeed, Portugal and Spain, they have proposed a solution, temporary targeted solution for their energy market. Ministers were in Brussels last week to discuss the challenges and impact to the internal electricity market. And we gave them support, but also clear guidance. What are the necessary requirements this measure has to meet, and this is a temporary measure. I can only repeat what I told to your colleagues earlier today, that I do prioritize the interconnections, electricity interconnections, and better integrated electricity market will help us to accommodate more renewables. And as a result, the consumers will have more hours where they can receive electricity with affordable prices. This is already the situation in Europe right now. The market zones where renewables are representing bigger share of the electricity mix, their consumers do have more affordable price levels, and this is also a result of the EU projects that help these markets to be interconnected. So Iberian Peninsula has been lagging behind of this process, but there are interconnections that are already decided and financed by EU, Biscay Bay interconnection, for example, and this for sure shouldn't be the last one. So, so this is work ongoing. I think that it's very important to say that we didn't start our energy transition in the day when Russia started war against Ukraine. No. Well, major proposals were already tabled by the Commission last year, year before that, and we built from the experience from the previous commissions. So we were relatively well prepared, and we are continuing our work. Thank you.
Kiitokset. Sitten edustaja Jerzy Buzek, olkaa hyvä, teillä puhe.
Jerzy Buzek is the next speaker. You have the floor.
Microphone, please.
Does it work? Okay. Thank you very much, Madam President. Thank you, Madam Commissioner, for being with us. Probably you are completely tired after 2 hours of heavy discussion, but it's very important discussion. Let me say, last month we voted in this hall almost unanimously full ban for Russian fossil fuels. And now the main responsibility on this whole is security of gas supply for our citizens, for our small and medium business. And we, as a matter of fact, we discuss the issue all the time, 2 hours almost. And we mentioned, which is very important, simplified permission procedure for renewables, absolutely crucial for us. And also some infrastructure projects like interconnector, maybe Spain, Germany, also Bulgaria and Greece. Well, important, we feel it. But my question is on LNG terminals, because we need 3-4 of them to feel really secure. How do you see that in Netherlands, maybe in Germany? So how do you see this possibility within a Repower EU proposal, maybe? Thank you.
Komissaari.
Commissioner.
Buzek, thank you so much for your moral support. And well, we are taking your guidance very seriously. Day and night, we are also working towards getting rid of our dependence. And this doesn't happen overnight, but work is really ongoing. So I have dedicated a lot of my time to reach out to the alternative suppliers so that we can attract more LNG shipments to Europe. Well, this is also a global competition. You remember last autumn, this was China who was willing to pay significantly higher premiums than our market. And now we have to secure the alternative supplies. On LNG terminals, there are several already under the construction. I know that one will be open today in Greece. There are several governments who have announced and informed us that they have signed contracts to bring the floating LNG terminals to their coast. So this is a faster option, might be help already during year or year and a half. And we are mapping these needs, but this is clear that we cannot replace Russian gas 100% with alternative gas supplies. So we do have pipelines in place. All the other gas producers have informed us that they are doing their utmost to increase the production. We do have commitments. The most prominent one was from United States, that they will deliver on top of the record volumes already we receive, on top of that 15 billion cubic meters this year. But this doesn't cover 100% the Russian gas. So energy efficiency, savings, renewables, all the other alternatives, without them, we will not get rid of Russian gas 100%.
Kiitos komissaari. Ja sitten viimeinen kysymys.
The last member to ask a question to the Commission is Marie Toussaint.
Is it good? Yes? Okay. Good. Thank you. Merci Madame la Présidente. Madame la Commissaire, oui.
Thank you very much, President. In France, we say that if something is vague, it's not clear. I heard somebody say that the risk for the European Union was renewable energies because renewable energies condemned us to remain dependent on Russia. It's not good to be so vague. I would have liked to hear you say that renewables were what would help us to fight against dependence and also to help the climate. I think it's important to say that clearly. And then I'd like to take up what Mr. Buzek said. In our exchanges with your services, we were told that it was felt that we didn't need any new gas infrastructure for Europe. And that's what the climate measures mean, that we should not open new gas installations. We should close some of them before they are at the end of their life. Can you confirm that the Commission will not support new gas infrastructure?
And the last answer from Commissioner Samson.
Well, you were the co-rapporteur, so we just concluded the agreement on 10E proposal. And indeed, if there will be a pipeline that transports molecules, it has to be hydrogen ready. But right now, we are also mapping the possible bottlenecks that member states need to replace gas flows from Russia. Most of these do arrive via pipeline with alternative sources. And they have to do it well, very fast. So we don't have years to replace it with renewables. So what we can do from our side? We can shorten the permitting so that new renewables installations are not taking decades, are not taking 7 years, but significantly shorter time frame. And then to avoid very severe consequences this winter, we have mapped the needs to coordinate the gas infrastructure activities in the way that we are taking best care of the existing infrastructure. If there is something that we have to deliver in this regard, then we will find out, according to my best knowledge, we are well prepared to act in a solidary mode so that member states can also help these countries which are landlocked via reverse flow, via the pipeline that is already built and there and operational. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Commissioner Simpson. Thank you, colleagues. The question hour is finished, and I think it was very informative. So it's a good test.
Damit kommen wir zum nächsten Punkt auf unserer.
And this takes us now to the next item on our agenda, the follow-up of the conference on the future of Europe. Now, I will have to repeat a few things that you will have probably heard on a number of occasions today, but just to be on the safe side, let me remind you that with exception of the first 3 front rows, we will be operating a free seating policy for today's debate, and you will be able to request catch the eye interventions, but also raise a blue card once you've inserted your voting card into the voting machine. And speeches continue to be held from the rostrum, but this will not apply to catch the eye interventions or blue card speeches, nor does it apply to points of order. Now, we are speaking today about the Parliament position vis-à-vis the conference on the future of Europe. So I'm going to first of all give the floor to Paulo Rangel on behalf of the EPP. You have the floor, sir.
Dankeschön, Frau Vorsitzende, Commissioner, Vice President. Naturalmente que nós.
It's absolutely clear that the conference on the future of Europe was a great success. It has been a success, but continues to be a success because the conference doesn't end here. There's a follow-up, to use the English term. So what we must say first of all is that we were successful in carrying out this exercise for democratic participation, citizens' participation, during a pandemic that threatened to snuff out this conference. And at the end of this process, with war breaking out, so it was a real show of democratic resilience in Europe. The citizens' panels, on the whole, came up with very interesting recommendations. Many of these, of course, enriched by contributions from national parliaments, from national representatives, and clearly the recommendations call for European integration. That's a clear outcome, I think we can say. And when it comes to healthcare, defense, democracy, the rule of law, climate change, the digital economy, we can expect a clear mandate for progress to be pursued in the context of European integration. We have an example of participative democracy. People are calling for participative democracy with strengthening and consolidating of representative democracy at all levels. That's a clear message from this conference, whether from the social partners, the Economic or Social Committee, the Committee of the Regions. All the participants clearly had this message for us. It's a very strong, positive one. So it is only natural that we now, following the conference, call for a convention on treaty revision. Some aspects will not require treaty revision, but others will require this treaty change. And this is why the European Parliament should propose that a convention be held so that we can follow up on the recommendations that have come from the citizens and that we can work on drafting a European treaty that will be fit for the decades to come. It shows us very clear that all those proponents of the conference were right. They've been proved right, and they were perfectly right when they believed that citizens could be trusted to discuss the issues that will affect us in the future. Thank you very much indeed. Now, before I give the floor to Guy Verhofstadt, I'd like to give the floor to I'd like to welcome Dubravka Šuica, Commissioner.
On the follow-up of the conference, because I think, in fact, that we cannot allow that this conference, after 1 year of work, after this innovation of the involvement of the citizens, ends with the publication of a beautiful document that is then classified vertically, I should say. That is also what we said, the co-chair Dubravka Šuica and myself during at the end of the conference. Therefore, I think that what we need to do as Parliament is to keep the lead in this and to see where the conclusions of the conference can be implemented immediately, as we already did today with the vote on the transnational lists. Let's remember that. Yeah, because Paolo, let's be honest, it was a recommendation of the citizens and it was a conclusion of the conference. Let's not forget it. But okay, we will not redo the vote of a few moments ago. But we need to do that on every topic, and there are a number of topics that require treaty change. When you talk about the health union, to make it a shared competence, you need a treaty change. That was also in the recommendation of the citizens. When you want a real energy union, yeah, you need a change of the treaties, because an energy union, we don't have one. We have not one energy mix that is decided on the European level. We don't have a common purchase of energy decided on the European level. So therefore, we need also a change. When you want to end unanimity in a lot of areas, you need to change. When you want to give the right of initiative to the European Parliament, you need a change. So I think it's obvious that the only way to be true to the conclusions of the conference is to call for a convention. A convention, Article 48, a convention in which we're going to exactly say what articles need to change and how they need to be changed. And I hope that if the Parliament votes this with a big majority tomorrow, that then on the 9th of May, there will be also a positive response by the Council. And that we can go into the direction what is absolutely key and needed. A real union capable to act and not always acting too little too late, as has been the case until now. So I hope in any way for a big majority in the House, for the follow-up, the approval of the results of the conference and the call of a convention, Article 48. Thank you very much, colleagues. Thank you.
Herzlichen Dank. Als nächstes zu Wort.
Thank you very much indeed. Now, on behalf of the Green Group, Daniel Freund has the floor for 2 minutes, please.
Kein Problem.
Danke, Frau Präsidentin. Liebe Kolleginnen und Kollegen.
Thank you, Madam President. Dear colleagues, what do you get when you get randomly selected citizens and ask them about the future of Europe? Well, in this House, quite a few people say that they represent the true will of the people and knew what the people really want. And they take every opportunity to say that what we are doing here in this House is not the will of the people. So we put that to a test. And we've done that over the past year or so. We carried out the largest ever democratic experiment. We got some 800 European citizens to come in and talk to us about the policies that they wish for Europe. What came out of this? Well, they want to get rid of national vetoes. They would like to see transnational lists for European elections. They want European citizenship. And they want Europe's not to be in the hands of corrupt autocrats, and they want transparency in Europe, and that's not some sort of federalist conspiracy theory. It's simply what citizens want. 70, 80, 90% support from citizens for these proposals that were tabled. Not just the citizens, but also the national representatives of members of parliament, civil society, governments. They all voted in favour of these proposals at the end of the day. So I think it would be a good idea for the loud mouths from the right to just check out their propaganda leaflets and start representing what the people actually want. And governments too will need to be clear about whose side they're on. Are they on the side of democracy and the citizens? And if they, however, choose to block this, at the government level, then you're going to be meting out irreparable damage to Europe. And when it comes to the most ambitious proposals, we'll really see a test of how seriously we're taking this process. So the very proposals that you can't bring in through ordinary legislation, but which require treaty change. That's why we urgently move to a convention now. That's why we need to start tackling those more ambitious proposals, which we really need a convention for. It's for the citizens and it's also for the future of Europe. Thank you.
Dankeschön. Als nächstes für die Idee zu Wort.
Thank you very much. Now, on behalf of the ID Group, Hélène Laporte has the floor.
Thank you very much, Madam President. Thank you, Mr. Verhofstadt. Ladies and gentlemen, first of all, the final proposals have eliminated more than 2/3 of citizens' proposals, which will make citizens feel even further apart from the EU, and it will increase their disappointment. President Macron said that this was a priority of the French presidency, but there were problems. It was a bit chaotic. There wasn't enough participation in dynamism, and many registered the platform had problems. There was a lack of direct discussions with the MEPs, and MEPs were unhappy because they weren't given enough speaking time. Of course, I'm in favor of participatory democracy. We're asking citizens to play a more important role, but not in this context. Now, we wanted to include all political forces. We didn't want the conclusions to be a foregone conclusion and written before, and we wanted the results to be put to a referendum. That's what ID wanted, but this wasn't done. Now, randomly selecting citizens isn't right. And of course, it was the cost of this, more than 200 million euro. We have a purchasing power crisis. This was the backdrop. This was very difficult against the backdrop of the pandemic. To implement these proposals, we'll have to change the treaty, which flies in the face of what the Commission said they didn't want to take these measures. We can support some proposals, such as better data protection and digital sovereignty. However, other proposals are dangerous, such as a single common army and certain defense measures. Defense should remain within the remit of the member states. The citizens panel found it difficult to justify the overlap with NATO. Now, the results seem to have known before more federalism, more European integration, and an end to unanimity in the Council. I think there are a lot of failures here, and it's a real shame for European citizens. They're going to be the first to be disappointed.
Dankeschön. Als nächstes zu Wort gemeldet, Michael.
Thank you. Mr. Hoogeveen is the next speaker.
As strong believers in democracy, we are always open to new initiatives to engage the citizens. The Conference on the Future of Europe was an interesting experiment. However, used to legitimize a predetermined outcome. The ideas on the digital platform, barely used. The representatives of the national citizens panels, outspoken views in favor of EU integration. 800 randomly selected citizens, steered and guided by experts. Experts appointed by the Common Secretariat, who didn't hide their own views. Don't take my word for it. Ask Professor David van Rijbroek, a renowned expert on citizen participation. He called the conference, and I quote, amateuristic and not representative. Looking at the recommendations, we see a federalist wish list, an excuse to trigger a convention, to transform the EU into a centralized federal union. Transnational lists, a European migration policy, EU taxes, you name it, it's all there. But based on what legitimate grounds? And I appeal to you, my colleagues, because I spoke to many of you during the conference, from the left to the friends of the EPP, even to colleagues from Renew. You know this conference has no legitimacy. And I know many of you think as I do. There's always a time and place to discuss the future of the EU, but this conference has failed. Reject the conclusions and reject the call for a new European convention. Thank you so much.
Danke. Als nächstes zu Wort gemeldet.
Thank you very much. The next speaker on of the left group, Helmut Scholz, has the floor.
Danke, Frau Präsidentin.
Thank you, Madam President and Madam Zubrovka, dear colleagues. 79 years after Spinelli, the conference was able to deliver something here. 20 years after the last big conference, Europe-wide conference, went on the Constitution, the conference has delivered an answer as to how we want to coexist in the future in this European Union. I remember some two and a half years ago, people were saying that we would have to put everything to the test, and we wouldn't want there to be the frustrations among citizens about everything that we discuss here. The left has said all along that the European Union must be more social and more democratic if it wishes to survive. And I think the demands and the recommendations in the 48-page document are very clear indeed. They call for changes in the social sphere. Gifstadt talked about the health union, but the ambassador of the health group, Mr. Morovchev, when asked to participate in this conference originally when he was selected randomly, initially believed he'd been the victim of fake news. So I think we owe it to all the people who participated to put this process into action and to do this in a convention. So I plead to everyone who's followed this conference, yes, I'm coming to a conclusion, please, let's sit down and stick at it and make sure that we have a clear outcome from this conference. Let's make this document workable and put it into action. Thank you very much indeed. Now for the next speaker of the non-attached members, Mr. Puigdemont y Casamayo.
Thank you very much. We are discussing the future of Europe, but Ukraine is defending its future after the Russian invasion and a devastating war. We've realized that Ukraine is fighting to defend its self-determination, the right to exist and to decide on its future freely. This is a guiding principle enshrined in international law. Many EU countries have ratified the International Covenant on Civil and Political Rights that that include self-determination. During the Conference on the Future of Europe, many citizens asked for these rights to be protected and to be beefed up in the future, but the Europe of the past hindered this and are stopping Catalonia and the Basque Country, Corsica, and Flanders having this in the conclusions. They are disappointing millions of Europeans that express themselves in languages such as mine, which is still banned in this parliament.
Dankeschön. Als nächste zu Wort gemeldet für.
Thank you. The next speaker on behalf of the Social Democrats, we have García Pérez Irache.
Thank you very much, Madam President. Almost a year ago, under the leadership of the Portuguese presidency and Prime Minister Antonio Costa, we committed to this unique project called the Conference on the Future of Europe. For me, it was a great honor to chair the working group called A Stronger Economy, Social Justice and Employment. Its conclusions with citizens' recommendations at the heart of them are very clear. Citizens want to shift towards a more inclusive EU, which is more sustainable and more resilient, where green and digital transitions are possible, but with a social dimension. We want a renewed social compact, and the proposals focus on overhauling the EU and improving improving the welfare of the people, human progress, without exhausting our resources, without destroying our planet. Ladies and gentlemen, the time has come to strengthen our EU and to turn these proposals into a reality. The time has come to set up a real social Europe. Citizens are clamoring for stronger rights for young people, children. They want a minimum income, social dialogue, and beefed up collective bargaining, accessible housing, nurseries, daycares, and gender equality. Businesses should have never been allowed to exploit economic freedoms, undermining social protection. That is why the European Pillar of Social Rights has to be legally binding and has to be included in the treaty together with the Protocol on Social Progress. The time has come to see the faces of people behind the figures, behind the data. We need to overhaul our tax rules, thinking about the impact of COVID-19, and we also have to move forward with the green and digital transitions. And we need the necessary resources. The next generation was important, but we have to move forward. We have to put an end to the tyranny of unanimity in the Council. This weakens our ability to go for a global response and a quick response, and it undermines the rule of law, and it doesn't help us fight against tax evasion. Coffee is a milestone. We have managed to involve citizens so they can give their opinion on the future. So let us make sure that the discussions don't just remain within the walls of these institutions, because it won't mean much to citizens. Let me be clear. Changing treaty shouldn't be an end in itself. It is a tool. It is a necessary tool in order to improve the lives of people. Let us not disappoint them. Let us work hand in hand in order to prove to them that this process has been worth it. Thank you.
Herzlichen Dank. Als nächstes freut es mich.
Thank you very much. Now, the next speaker is Vice President Ottmar Karas.
Europeans, we're not going to let anybody down talk the results of the Conference on the Future of Europe. It's encouraging. We've got a large number of conclusions for a more digital, a more future-proof European Union. The proposal are a push in the back for all of those who want to progress with Europe. Yes to liberal democracy, no to blackmailing, yes to the right of initiative for the European Parliament, yes to budget powers, yes to national lists, yes to European citizenship, yes to a union of energy and health, yes to defense and union, yes to more cooperation between the citizens of Europe. We want to make the future our future. Now it's a matter of how we can implement this. The work has been done. The European Parliament needs to be the spokesman for all 325 proposals. We need to take the necessary measures to come up with a convention. We need to be transparent. We need to say what needs to happen with each proposal and when it needs to happen. The citizens need to see that we are men and women of our word.
Thank you very much. The next speaker is Mrs. Bischoff. Thank you very much indeed, Madam President, honourable members, dear colleagues. I so wish that all members of Parliament had had the opportunity to participate in this big democratic exercise and to see for themselves how the citizens participated and took ownership of the proposals, and also the ambassadors that they elected and nominated took on their role with a great deal of commitment. And we, as the European Parliament, who've always supported this procedure, I very much hope that we too will take ownership of this and act as guardians of the proposals and recommendations, just as citizens did. Many people have talked about the many different policy areas where the proposals fall into. Now, you can have discussions about whether one is in favour or against treaty change. We know more or less how this House feels about that. But if you are to take the citizens' proposals seriously, then logically you have to talk about treaty change. And you can say, well, that was the conference, we're not going to take that too seriously. But then that would be a slap in the face of all the citizens who placed their trust in this process. And if there's one thing that really made me feel enthusiastic about all this, is that the citizens who participated in this did not lose faith in Europe and wanted a better, stronger Europe that is capable of acting, that is more social. And I think it's important, therefore, for us as the European Parliament to take the first step in this direction. We can't rely on Council to do it. They've been dragging their feet all along on this. They've been trying to put stumbling blocks in the way of the entire process all along. But we are going to send out a very clear signal on the 9th of May as the European Parliament to say that if you take these proposals seriously, the recommendations seriously, then it means that you are going to have a strong vote. A strong vote will send out a strong signal. Thank you.
Dankeschön. Als nächstes zu Wort gemeldet.
Thank you. And the next speaker is Pascal Durand.
Thank you very much, President. I think we're entitled to be happy. In this hemicycle, we're entitled to be happy about some possibilities which have been offered to us. A year ago, when we opened the conference, we weren't terribly sure what was going to happen. Let's be honest, it was something new. It was a new democratic process. The Commission said, I'll try and facilitate. The Council was already jamming on the brakes, and Parliament said, let's get on with it. Some of us were a bit afraid of opposing representative democracy and with participative democracy. But a year later, we see that not only have we been able to get over a major health crisis, but there's a new crisis. War is within the borders of Europe, but nevertheless, the citizens commented and they asked for more integration, more Europe, more work. It's been said before, I don't need to say it again. And indeed, you said it in the context with our exchanges, we need to continue. We need to transform this conference, which has looked to the future, into a conference on the present by coming up with a convention. That's what we need to do now. That is what the citizens expect of us. The Parliament is ready, the Commission agrees, so let's get on with it. Let's all work together.
Dankeschön. Als nächste Sprecherin zu Wort gemeldet.
Thank you very much. The next speaker is Ms. Delbos Caulfield.
Construit cette conférence sur l'avenir de l'Europe, nous étions un certain nombre dans.
When we built this, there were many of us in the Parliament that wanted citizens involved greatly. Some MEPs were reluctant because they felt that democracy is only representative, and there was a lot of resistance in the Council. However, like every time there was a dialogue with citizens in, say, Ireland, France, Germany, this was all exemplary. Over many months, citizens realized what was at stake. They put forward arguments, and they came up with key ideas, and what was also impressive was their determination to be heard. All of this is positive, and it shows that a healthy 21st century democracy does need citizens' participation between elections, and there needs to be a reflection process. This means that society will have a fresh interest in what is happening. Now, sometimes there's a lack of knowledge or disinformation. Citizens don't feel connected, and that's why it was very important. So we have to harness this in order to make sure that we can continue after the conference, especially when it comes to other relevant issues on our European agenda.
Thank you very much. The next speaker Gerolf Annemans.
Collega's.
Yes, colleagues. The ID group perfectly well understand that the knights and the damsels of the European Imperium, the people who hold the reins of power in the European Parliament and the Commission, the people who want the European Union to move more and more towards a centralized state, we can understand that these people are getting more and more frustrated over the years. The realization that more and more European citizens do not want to have closer cooperation between the European peoples. The trauma of the fact that the UK decided that this was not for them has been very major. And we can understand that you're seeing the threat of people being more and more critical about the way things are going with each election. We know perfectly well that this development is dwindling. And then when they decided in 2019 to give the key posts to unelected EU fanatics, von der Leyen and Michel, Macron felt that there was a need to compensate for such a democratic deficit. And according to that, it shouldn't, of course, be a referendum, but like his Grand Débat, it had to be a minutely stage-managed theatrical performance, so you could then afterwards put on the label and say that the citizens had decided out of a continent of 400 million people, 800 carefully selected people were brought along and locked up with Guy Verhofstadt until they had approved the Imperium strategy as their own. For the ID group, it's a great deal of cynicism to confuse this with what citizens want. Let's stop this committee at Delarte. It was a lovely Macronian Verhofstadtian play, but that's all it was. Thank you very much. Mr. Villalba.
Thank you, Madam President. We're being asked to vote on a document that's identical to the original document. You know, this is just crazy. Let's be serious here. Nobody really cares about what Europeans think. If we didn't, if European parliamentarians had their way, we wouldn't even have national parliaments. You talk about rights and this fanatic climate policy that's being pursued, and it's really causing the working classes to collapse. And you really silenced the actual debate, but you give yourselves a big pat on the back for this at the cost of citizens. This is just crazy. The 2030 agenda is being hollowed out, and you have a Europe that betrays the pillars upon which it was built and panders to foreign interests. So be bold now, be brave, go to the street and say that no families, businesses, radical Islam not mentioned once, unemployment, businesses being shut down, or unguarded borders, they are not even talked about in this document. Some generations ago, families had to be sent to the front line, and now that's what you're doing to European citizens.
Sehr geehrter Abgeordneter, bitte.
Can I ask you not to walk away? Because you have 2 blue cards. So don't take your headphones off. Damian Busalada and Niklas Ninas are the 2 who've come up with blue cards. Are you prepared to accept them?
Here on Saturday and saw the conclusions. I also read the conclusions and feel that, or my question is, why are you misrepresenting what's in there, which is actually that we want to strengthen regional parliaments and that we want to strengthen cooperation between national and the European Parliament. So there's nothing about abolition or abolishment of the national or regional parliaments. So why are you misrepresenting the results? Thank you very much.
Pues es muy sencillo porque ustedes. Well, it's quite simple, because without, informing those Europeans who haven't had a chance to vote. You're going to change the treaties, going to change the unanimity rule, which is a pillar of democracy, and the parliaments and the governments, which are the democratic pillars. Thank you.
Yeah. If unanimity was so democratic, then probably we should also do it here, or what? Or why do we have a different voting system? But my actual question is, you have said that there has been no democratic process. I mean, we have invited for the first time ever 800 citizens of the European Union. Have you talked to them? Have you discussed actually with them? Because I have the feeling with all the proposals that you have made and that you have listed, you have never had the discussion with those people, because otherwise it would be quite different. Last point, there was a website with proposals where every citizen could propose something. None of the things that you have mentioned has been submitted to this website. Maybe, just maybe, you don't have any democratic backing for your proposals, and that is the fact why this has been not discussed at the Conference on the Future of Europe. Oh, sorry.
Mi grupo político es el único.
My political group is the only one to have organized a conference on the future of the Europe in all the capital cities. Me as a politician, I travel to my constituency every weekend. I talk to farmers, I talk to livestock farmers, I talk to fishermen, self-employed workers, and I can assure you the real problems that Europeans face are not thing to do with unanimity in council. It's nothing that we talk about here. They are struggling with the economic downturn and how it's affecting their lives.
Okay. Damit kommen wir zu unserer nächsten Sprecherin.
That brings us to the next speaker, Eugenia Rodriguez Palop.
Muchas gracias, señora presidenta.
Thank you very much, Madam President. We're living through a lot of uncertainty. For 2 years, we've been struggling against the pandemic, and we've managed to strengthen social Europe. But this terrible war has brought back this nightmare of the far right, religion, nation states, and conventional family. So we have this policy of hope on the one hand and a policy of fear on the other. So we have hope and on the one hand and threats on the other. Now we cannot be about fear. We should be about care and sustainability of life. And that is why we have to amend the treaties in order to strengthen the social pillar and make sure that feminist and environmental issues are enshrined in this. We have to avoid vetoes in council and give European Parliament the legislative initiative, the right of legislative initiative it deserves. That's what citizens want. It shouldn't be about goods over human beings. It shouldn't be about what certain people want and not others. Now we want a feminist, socialist and federal Europe. Thank you.
Thank you. Mrs. Gall now may have the floor.
Képviselőtársaim, alelnök asszony. Ki kell mondanunk, hogy az Európa jövője.
Thank you very much, Vice President. I think we have to say that this conference on the future of Europe was a failure. It was not pluralist, it was not democratic. It was used by the leaders to reduce the powers. Most citizens were not interested in this project because in these difficult times, reflecting on the future of Europe should not be a matter of transnational voting lists and things like that. Any conclusions which were not in line with what was decided in advance were simply taken off the digital platforms. Anything that there was not consensus on was taken out. In the closing debate, the representatives were not even allowed to voice their opinions. This was a staged show, not free reflection. We don't accept the conclusions or indeed method. We are in favor of pluralism and liberty.
Thank you. Now the floor to Suytegal Sara for 1.5 minutes from EPP. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam President. I really welcome a thorough debate on the future of Europe. After the United Kingdom finalized its divorce with the EU, this should have sparked some thought on our account on why they left and how we can improve without them. But not unlike some humans that have been left by a long-time partner, we have decided to take on a very destructive path instead. Instead of trying to see what we could have done better in the relationship and do better in the future, we decided to do more of the empty-headed things that was the reason for the breakup to begin with, and to blame everything on the other part. The so-called conclusions from the Conference of the Future of Europe is a clear example on how poor self-perceptions we have. Now we're asking for more influence over issues where we've shown poor judgment before. When I meet citizens and ask them on how EU could improve, they don't mention transnational lists or that they wish for less national influence over the welfare systems. They focus on the aspects that made us an attractive partner to begin with, such as the single market, which is now being jeopardized by these new ambitions in light of the social pillar. The conclusions of this conference doesn't shed much light on how we can be better prepared for the challenges of tomorrow and become an attractive partner again. Rather, it seems to be a self-serving document for the interests of federalists. Thank you.
È arrivato con questa.
Now, with this resolution, after having adopted transnational lists for the next elections, the European Parliament is implementing what came from citizens during coffee. We are going to start a convention in order to reform treaties. Those who say it's not a priority are wrong. It is vital in order to attain specific goals, such as the defense union, or in order to have the social progress protocol included in the treaties, or a health union, in order to overcome the power of veto, and so on. But at the same time, in order to continue enlargement on the basis of a confederation around the federation, as put forward by certain, in order to make sure that we can offer peace and security quickly to neighboring countries such as Ukraine. Today, Mario Draghi talked about this with pragmatism and idealism at the same time. We need a new constituent phase for European people, and now, to move forward with Europe or not, it's just not a choice. Let us move forward and we won't regret it.
Benifei, you have a blue card if you accept from Mr. Boschelager. Thank you, it's accepted.
Brando, I was just wondering if you would ever run on a transnational list.
Yes, I think the transnational lists will be a good opportunity for all of us. It's not true they will put us far from our voters. Instead, we can be really able to Europeanize elections and to not talk only about our national priorities, but also looking from the campaign already to the next mandate priorities and what we will fight for. I think it's a very good improvement. It will be a good change for a European Union that will be more and more united and able to have European parties with a real system where our heads of the lists can be our Spitzenkandidaten to lead our fight for a more political and so more strong European Commission. So yes, I could run for that.
Thank you, Mr. Benifei, for taking the blue card. And now Ms. Fareng-Lawrence has the floor from Renew for 1 minute.
Madame la Présidente, Madame la Vice-Présidente, la conférence...
President, Madam Vice President, the Conference on the Future of Europe has been organized. Yes, there were some obstacles, there were some doubts, but we've done it, and we've got all these proposals now that are the fruit of a participative democratic exercise, a unique process that was really promoted by the French President Emmanuel Macron. Citizens asked for more Europe and better Europe, an end to the unanimity principle in Council, and a more human Europe through culture and education. At a time when our values are coming under attack, and in my own country, I see the far right and far left parties and even environmentalists trying to destabilize our countries. We need to hear what citizens are asking for. Europe is very much something for us to look at now and strengthen now. We have to listen to young people. Thanks to Guy Verhofstadt, the European Parliament has got a strong position, and I hope it will be approved through the resolution. Now, Council will have to get to work and will call a convention in line with Article 48 as we've requested.
From the Greens has the floor for 1 minute.
Grazie, Presidente.
Thank you very much, Madam President. Citizens have shown that they have no doubt about the future of Europe. They want it to be more democratic, more transparent, fairer and bolder in order to deal with the climate change challenge. Citizens have shown that they're actually a step ahead of those who represent them. We had this exercise of participatory democracy, in other words, COFI, and they really put forward carefully considered and far-sighted proposals. They want us to move away from intensive farming, but the EU has still not stepped up to the plate and is not facing the challenges. They want to have a model that is in harmony with nature. They want a radical a drastic reduction of the consumption of meat and so on. So they're actually ahead of policymakers. So I'd like to ask you, especially governments, to listen to what citizens have said and to make it a cornerstone of the projects to overhaul the European Union. Let us move forward with the European Convention. Thank you.
Mr. Beck has the floor for 2 minutes and a half. Thank you, Mr. Beck.
Die EU-Zukunftskonferenz fordert
Conference on the Future of Europe calls for the abolition of national vetoes, and they talk about getting rid of the term illegal migrants. Now, that was an effort to do this 17 years ago, but this time there's not going to be any conference because we had 800 citizens participating, so it's supposed to be democratic. However, the Commission is not prepared to say what the EU citizens actually said, because my bureau said that a lot of the people there were members of EU NGOs and somewhere from Canada, and who've been working with the Commission for a long time. It was supposed to be a random selection, but the conference started on a Thursday when most people were working. And then it said people could participate through the digital platform. A lot of them did, and therefore the content was taken off. The 450 million EU citizens were ignored, and they only looked at the 0.000.8% of the citizens. It's not the fault of the organizers, because pro-Europeans told the citizens what they should say, and if they didn't say what they were supposed to, they were not heard. There were a number of young participants who said that they weren't able to say what they wanted to say publicly because it was clear to them that anybody who criticized would be in trouble. So this is exactly what Macron and von der Leyen and Merkel have been saying for 30 years we've been pushed towards integration, and it's pushing us towards a free fall against any common sense.
Angel from ECR has the floor for 1 minute, colleague. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Colleagues, very funny. This is very funny to watch how you try to justify what you created and what you put the name of Future of Europe. What future, dear colleagues? Where is the representation? What is this happy clown gathering? You should have invited Mickey Mouse and Donald Duck. They would be more representative. This would have made more sense. And these are a lot of money spent. And Madam Chair, would you ask this colleague to behave a bit more properly and not as if he is at the stadium in his own hometown? And please count my time correctly.
Please, call for order.
So, dear colleague, if you are overly excited, I can maybe you can relax and I can continue. So the question is, how much did you spend for this? Who gave this money? Where did they go? So the truth is, colleagues, that we are fighting for a normal Europe, Europe of states, family created by men and women, the way that the natural order is. Because we always talk about European identity that has never existed, that did not exist, and will not exist. And I will quote Otto von Bismarck. Maybe some of you have read some books and you know this name, but he said that Europe is always in the words of politicians who want something for Europe that they do not dare to do. And this conference is a failure.
Okay, so from my colleague Ninas Niklas, you may have the floor. Thank you.
Since you've mentioned me so clearly, I think a point of order is definitely a due. I do not think that it's right to call this honorable House, together with the colleagues from the national governments, together with the colleagues from the national parliaments, together with the Commission, together with 800 randomly selected citizens, a house of clowns or something like this. I think this is not respectful to the House, and I'm questioning you whether you have actual respect for the people that you represent.
Honorable colleague, it was not a question. It is against the procedure. Blue card procedure expected to ask me a question, not to make a statement. No, it was not a question. But Madam Chair, is it normal for the member to take the floor from himself?
He asked you a question
rules,
in the way he thought.
You
so
have to oblige the rules.
We have to be careful of our language in this room. So.
Of course, I'm very careful. My hands are over here, just to know, because maybe someone will misunderstand my gestures. So, dear colleague, it's not about the people here. It's about the so-called Conference of Europe itself. It was a charade. It was a Mickey Mouse fake organization. This is the truth. NGOs, who picked the people here? Can you, please, I'm answering you. Show some respect. Do you know how are organized the people from NGOs here? Who picked them? No? You don't know? Yes, of course. Yes, of course. You don't. Nobody knows. That is the answer. Okay, member states from the NGOs. No, no, it's not true.
This cannot become such a debate. I think you can respond. And then you have another blue card, so you can wait for your next blue card. Okay. Mr. Bosse-Lager, the floor is yours.
I think I will retract my blue card because I don't think I'm getting anywhere. Thank you.
Well, there is a third card, if this is the blue card. Mr. Ruiz de Veze, do you have? Yes? Would you accept it, Mr. Dombrovskis? Okay.
Sí, señor Dombrovskis.
Mr. Dzhambazki, you said you have
There is you have in the podium. Sí, usted ha dicho.
You said that there was no such thing as a European identity. So I would like to ask you a question about that, because I do think that such an identity exists. People like Beethoven, Molière, Cervantes, ancient Greek and Roman culture, the work of the Renaissance intellectuals. Don't you believe that any of this really is a part of European identity?
No, sir. With all my respect, I believe these people were Germans, Austrians, Hungarians, Italians, Greeks, and yes, we share this continent and we need to live together and to work together. But we have our differences and we have our own national identity. And we must be proud of our identity, respecting the others, of course. But there is no such thing as a European one, because people are different. Well, how was that? United in diversity. Isn't it right? Yes, it is. So there is no European identity, there is a national, but there is a European Union, and we have to work together respectfully for each other. Thank you.
No, you can let the floor to the next speaker. Thank you, Mr. Dzhambazki. It was an interesting debate. Colleagues, we have to proceed to Mr. Papadimoulis now for 1 minute. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Madam President. The Conference on the Future of Europe took a positive step forward, and those of us who doubted whether it was a positive step towards a more united, a more democratic and more transparent as well as fairer social Europe have seen or have heard the cries and have heard the scornful words of the far right, and therefore were convinced that something good came out of the Conference on the Future of Europe. And now we face a challenge, and that is to take the next step. The joint resolution that has been put forward by the presidents from the EPP to the left is positive. We're listening to the voice of citizens. And direct participatory democracy bolsters representative democracy. But we have to go beyond that. And Vice President Suica, as well as representatives of the Council, you were absent. In fact, you even acted as a brake on the whole process of the Conference of Europe. But I'd like to say that I hope that we want the European Parliament initiative to set up a constituent convention on the basis of Article 48 to amend the treaties. We hope that you will support this and not undermine this. The European Parliament will take this initiative with a huge majority, even if there are cries from the far right. And we expect the Commission and the Council to support this initiative. Thank you very much. I can't see Mr. Castaldo.
Kubilus now for 1.5 minutes from EPP. Thank you.
Dear colleagues, the European continent is hit by a huge geopolitical and security crisis, Russia war against Ukraine. Such kind of crisis is showing that we unfortunately have been weak in our capacities in foreign and security policy to avoid such kind of crisis. Europe will be forged in crisis, said Jean Monnet, one of the founding fathers of the European Union, and will be the sum of the solutions adopted for those crises. End of quotation. We need new solutions now. It's good that we have had broad consultations with the citizens of the EU. It gave several important recommendations for common and security policy to be improved. But we need to remember that the EU was created and reformed by intellectual and political leaders of of the Union. Let's not forget about this side of leadership. Roman Schuman, Jean Monnet, Konrad Adenauer, Alcide de Gasperi, and others were the leaders who created and who were changing the Union. We have responsibility of our generation. EU needs to adapt itself to the changes and challenges of such kind of crisis. That requires leadership from us. We need to raise to the demand of the citizens, which was expressed very clearly. Qualified majority voting, new security capabilities, and strategic responsibility for the neighborhood. That is what citizens are demanding from us. EU needs to change itself. Treaty changes is an instrument for such a change. And let's not be afraid of change. As prominent Irish-British conservative philosopher and politician Edmund Burke have said, a state without the means of some change is without the means of its conservation. If we want to secure and conserve the state of the European Union, we need to go for a change. That is what citizens are asking us to do.
Thank you. Now, our Vice President, Mr. Silva Pereira, may take the floor.
Obrigado, Presidente.
Thank you very much indeed, President. The Conference on the Future of Europe, which began under the Portuguese presidency, was a very important exercise for democratic participation, and now the European institutions must take the conclusions seriously. The citizens spoke clearly. They want a Europe that is closer to its values, closer to people, more democratic, and with more active participation. A more social Europe, a fairer Europe, with less poverty and less inequality. A stronger Europe, more efficient Europe, with fewer deadlocks and blockades in decision-making. Some people are now calling for treaty revision, and that would have to be discussed in a convention. But many of the proposals can be looked into right now under the Lisbon Treaty, so that we can look at meeting the progressive expectations of European citizens, and we should lose no time to do this.
Thank you, Vice President. Now, Mr. Mitucha Alin has the floor from Renew. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam President. There was a lot of excitement and emotion in this hemicycle a few days ago when the conclusions of the conference were adopted. People hugged and congratulated each other after 1 year of work. A mother brought along her 3-month-old baby, and she spoke to us about the future of Europe. This is the emotion that we need in order to give Europe a soul and a new breath of fresh air. For me, 2 lessons emerge from this exercise of participative democracy. First, it's time to make this exercise permanent. This direct consultation with the citizens should be made permanent. Second, we have a duty now to implement the conclusions of the conference, including by the immediate launching of a convention. Thank you very much.
Now, Mr. Sole Jordi has the floor from the Greens for 1 minute. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam President, dear Commissioner. The Conference on the Future of Europe has been an interesting democratic experiment with promising results in terms of further European integration. It has provided a way for citizens, especially those randomly chosen for the panels, to lead the debate and co-decide on recommendations for the future. However, it has failed to reach a wider audience and to have a relevant impact on the public opinion, and we have to admit it as well. Many of the proposals are an invitation to reform the Union through changes in the treaties, increasing the Union's powers, putting in place better decision-making, and allocating a stronger role for our Parliament, and that's good so. But I regret that highly endorsed proposals in the digital platform, like the one on a clarity mechanism to apply the right to self-determination, have simply been ignored. Now, the official ending of the conference should mean the beginning of a reform process, a reform that incorporates the lessons learned during the last years and brings about a stronger, more federal European Union. Yes, let's honor the conference results with a convention. If not now, then when? Thank you.
Thank you. Now Mr. Pancha Alessandro has the floor for 2 minutes. Thank you.
Presidente.
Madam President, Commissioner, ladies and gentlemen, we've come to an end, to the end of this experiment. I don't know how else I could describe it. An experiment that wanted to bring the institutions closer to citizens, but the only thing it's done is to take a small majority of citizens, and I don't know how we chose them, into the vortex of the institutions. This experiment immediately gave the impression that it wasn't really interested in the results, so it just wanted to go through the motions. It didn't have clear objectives and goals. Of course, given this backdrop, the result could only be what you're all seeing. So much ado about nothing, and after a lot of effort, very few results. Now, of course, a lot is being discussed, but it didn't give much in way of results. And of course, there's the issue of transnational lists. If you think about the fact that citizens think that is a priority, then I think it would be better for you to leave the comfort zone of these corridors and realize that people are worried about other things. But it was an experiment that just failed to achieve its goal, unless the goal was to give a thin veneer of citizen support and what exists only in the ivory tower. Now, we'll never know exactly how much this experiment cost, but we hope that the lesson learned is that politics will be about taking decisions without any shame. It needs to, of course, involve all citizens, especially those who are more critical, who weren't given a voice in this initiative. One more reason to consider this experiment to be a flop. It's a shame. We all believed in it, but we and you lost another opportunity. You squandered another opportunity to bring citizens closer to these institutions. Thank you.
Carlo from ECR may take the floor.
Grazie Presidente, signor Commissario.
Thank you very much, Madam President, Commissioner. Last Saturday in this chamber, I said on behalf of the ECR that we were withdrawing from the conference. I did so because I was very disappointed. I was very actively involved in this, but I felt that this was a squandered opportunity. I had to admit to myself that the person who came up with this was very good, because the result was what they wanted. There were supposed citizen representatives who don't really represent anyone, but NGOs linked to friends, and there were murky decision-making procedures because many of us have a different idea of Europe, and many wanted the 9th of May to show that there was a consensus. But paradoxically, this is the consensus that you want to get rid of from the treaties with getting rid of the veto. But if you look outside this bubble, there are hundreds of millions of Europeans that haven't been involved or represented. And I'm wrapping up, President. These millions of Europeans have the right to express their views through their national democracies. And despite you, despite everything, they will still be at the heart of European democracy.
Thank you. Now, Mr. Fidanza Carlo. Sorry. Yes, Mr. Barena Arta has the floor for 1 minute.
Gracias, Presidenta.
Thank you, President. First of all, we need to be grateful to the citizens who gave their time to the Conference on the Future of Europe, who participated in citizens' panels, in plenaries, and all those who contributed on the online platform. These people showed once again that citizens are one step ahead of the European institutions. They are more flexible and more efficient when it comes to detecting the faults and problems that exist, and that's why the COFI gives us a more progressive viewpoint than this Parliament on the whole, which is something to be welcomed. The second most voted initiative on the online platform dealt with sovereignty and a clarity mechanism. This was not included in the final text of the conference, and we consider this to be an error because we don't think that Europe can reinvent itself without the support of its own peoples. And regarding the treaty change and reform, I think this will be an opportunity to separate what works from what doesn't, and to ensure that Europe can become a guardian of the people's rights to determine their own future. Thank you.
Mr. Nicolas Alavanos has the floor. Thank you very much.
Η διάσκεψη.
The conference is an attempt to manipulate the justified indignation of the workers and young people in all the member states, but it's also an attempt to whitewash the EU, which is an EU of monopolies, of imperialist operations and wars, the eternal rivals of the working classes. Regardless of whether the conference will bring about changes to the treaties, it cannot hide the huge clashes within the EU. The conference proposals are trying to bolster the EU project. They're promoting what they call European parties. They're gerrymandering, and they're also adopting online and postal voting. They're also hijacking the 9th of May. Instead of it being the people's great anti-fascist victory day, not only will it be Europe Day or EU Day, but it will also turn into a single European election day. The EU cannot be improved. It can only become even more harmful to workers' interests. The future of our peoples cannot be built by bogus conferences based on a system rigged to serve capitalist profits. The future of our peoples will be forged through stepping up our struggles in each country and by breaking the ties between imperialism and power, and by taking the economy into our own hands. And we have to build it through cooperation between peoples.
Ms. Eva Meidel for 1.5 minutes from the EPP. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair, Vice President, colleagues. Just in a couple of days, on the 9th of May, we will remember the visionaries who embarked on a project of peace, stability, growth, prosperity. We'll also attempt on that day to be looking ahead towards our bright European future together. Today, our continent is struck by war, but we have seen that our freedom no longer lives in fear. And this is because of our unity and of our solidarity. And I hope that one day, very soon, we can offer the same European future to our Ukrainian friends. What this conference did is to reaffirm those exact values and to root them into fresh ideas. I was the one of many colleagues working within the Digital Transformation Working Group, and we have put concrete proposals that aim to make Europe's tech sector more vibrant, more innovative, safer, and full of opportunities for the next generations to come. And I think citizens want a union that understands the needs of its towns, of its villages, of its cities, of its capitals, and that knows how to defend their rights and values on a global stage. A Europe that has the confidence to see itself as one, and that with the one with the pan-European candidates that are able to reflect those values. And this is how I believe we are going to be building a European Union by the citizens and for the citizens. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Meidel. Now, our Vice President, Ms. Barley, may have the floor.
Thank you, Madam President. So the citizens have spoken, and they have spoken very clearly. They want a
more social, more sustainable, more democratic union. Now, there are some in this House who don't like the results. And I understand your frustration. I understand your frustration that there were not as many homophobic, nationalist, chauvinist people within these 800 as you would maybe like to have seen there. But now you are drawing a picture of these people that is simply not correct, and those few of you who were there should know better. I'll just give you one example. We had a very strongly discussing democracy working group, and we had a very prominent leader of this group who presented the results, who is the leader of the EPP group. And these citizens said, no, we don't feel our proposals reflected in this. Please, let's do it again. So they were very confident. They were not at all kind of shying away of a conflict with the big MEPs or national parliamentarians. They were very confident and they spoke out very clearly. And I actually wanted to give credit to my colleague Gunnar Beck, which I don't very often do, because he was there. And he was confronted by the citizens. I think he got about 4 blue cards. Colleague Bizzotto was also there. She didn't take the blue cards, unfortunately. She didn't confront herself to what they had to say. But Mr. Beck did. So look it up on YouTube, and you see what happens to a far right-wing politician who gets confronted by normal citizens. It's really extraordinary. So the result of this was not only an exercise for them, it was an exercise
Vice
for
President,
all of us.
you have a blue card.
And we have to take them seriously.
So no, you have a blue card. So I was like saying that if you want to stay a bit more and take the blue card from Mr. Niklas, it would give you the opportunity to continue. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mrs. Vice President, and to you, Ms. Vice President, the other Vice President in the front. The question. You have mentioned the courage of the citizens during the conference. Do you feel that this model is something for the future? Do you feel that this is something that we could take up also maybe in the convention that we are discussing now as a follow-up for the conference on the future of Europe?
Thank you for the question. It also gives me the opportunity to say that there were also people with very different points of view, also someone who defended the Russian aggression against Ukraine, by the way. And I absolutely think that this is something that we should carry on doing, to listen to the citizens with this kind of exercise or a different one. I don't know exactly which format we should choose, but I'm very convinced that it should be one where we come together, where it's not only digital, but where we come together. Because they gave us lessons too. I don't know how many of you participated. They sent us a letter, by the way, saying, look, the way you discuss is odd. You come, you give your speech of a minute, and then you disappear. And look, I mean, I addressed a few colleagues, none of them are there anymore. This is not how you make a debate. So they can, it's not only that, you know, they contribute something from a content point of view, they can also, I think, make us better parliamentarians.
Thank you, Ms. Barley, and thank you, Mr. Ninas. Now we move with Ms. Pagatha Urtundua has the floor from Renew for 1 minute. Thank you.
Muchas gracias, Presidenta.
Thank you very much, Madam President. Ladies and gentlemen, I attended all the Conference on the Future of Europe meetings. And, like you, this has allowed me to listen to citizens like never before. And these citizens really flourished. They got on board when thinking about common policies. And we have a new form of citizen participation, and it's here to stay. And it's extremely interesting for all of us. We have managed to draw certain conclusions, and that's that only if we team together can Europeans face challenges. And Europeans are asking us to be efficient and agile, and we can be, because the crisis showed that we can do things quickly, do things together, and we have no other option but to continue this in the future around the corner. Now, some have said that there is no European identity, but of course there is a European identity, a European democratic identity. The treaties portray this, so does our House. And of course, things change with time and there are improvements. And that is why we need the convention to change and improve our European democratic identity and our future as Europeans and our future in general. Thank you.
Boeselager, Damian has the floor for 1 minute from the Greens. Thank you.
Fellow Europeans, earlier today, Vladimir Klitschko, who's the mayor of Kiev, wrote that for Putin, Ukraine is a provocation because it is a democracy. Democracy is a provocation for some people, and we can also see this sadly in this chamber. So what do we have to do? We have to dare more democracy. That's exactly what they fear. Let's dare more democracy. I said this also on Saturday at the conclusion. I say it now after we voted positively on the transnational list. We need to dare more democracy. And if you look at the conclusions that all these citizens that actually dared more democracy came up with, you see that there's a lot of very positive stuff in there. Abolishing the veto, making the council more transparent, calling it a Senate to make it a real second chamber, and giving more rights and powers to Parliament, including the right of initiative, budgetary powers, and so on. So we need to seriously follow up on this. I'm very happy that from the Constitutional Committee, we already requested to trigger Article 48, to trigger treaty change, and I hope that the countries will follow up. But I also hope that we can follow up on all the other ideas that don't need treaty change. Thank you so much.
Now it's your turn to tell us if you would accept a blue card, Mr. Boeselager, from Mr. Hugenveen. Yes? Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, Mr. von Boeselager, for your explanation on how to dare more democracy. Now, we have conducted a poll in the Netherlands, an independent poll amongst 2,400 people, and we conducted a poll on the recommendations of the Conference on the Future of Europe. Now, only 23% were in favor of transnational lists, 63% of the Dutch people were against European taxes, and not even and 55% are not in favor of a European asylum policy, just to give some examples. Now, to give you a sense of that it was representative, there was some slight majority who was in favor of more European climate policy. So you can have that. Are you willing to conduct the same poll in your home country?
So I think it's very good that you made the effort to go out there. And I think it's also okay to have a different vision of where Europe should go, which is a vision of where prime ministers and chancellors, sit in backroom deals and barter all the deals out of how Europe should work. I just believe that we should fight, and I'm fighting for Europe where you have a parliamentary democracy, where we can have these debates and where we can feel the government that can then be diselected if people don't like it. I think this gives more voice to citizens, also if they're critical about different policies. But I'm having these conversations and I'm happy to see your study results as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Boeselager. Now we can proceed with Ms. Picciotto for 2 minutes. Thank you.
Grazie, Presidente.
Thank you very much, Madam President. To revolutionize this Europe, which is very bureaucratic, in order to build a new Europe that is more modern, more secure, more democratic, that is able to solve citizens' problems. That was the huge challenge that led to setting up COFI. We wanted to be farsighted, but unfortunately we failed. The conference was the umpteenth opportunity that was squandered. There were very few citizens involved. Only 52,000 citizens out of 450 million Europeans registered on the online platform of the conference. This reflects the huge gulf between citizens and the Brussels bubble. Now, a glaring example of this failure was the infamous transnational list that citizens didn't ask for and that politicians imposed as a dogma. Transnational lists that are not even mentioned in the motion adopted by the Italian Parliament. And many citizens, including Italians and other European citizens, publicly said that they were against this in the working group on European democracy. Citizens don't need transnational lists because they're only there to make sure that politicians keep keep their seats. We're going through a devastating economic crisis. Millions of businesses and households don't know how to pay their bills. Please make sure your feet are firmly on the ground. Please start listening to people again. Listen to those who really want to overhaul Europe from top to bottom. Citizens are clamoring for change because they don't need more Europe. They need a different Europe, a new Europe, a bold Europe that knows how to build a future based on work, development, welfare, freedom, and democracy for our peoples. Thank you.
I have a blue card if you would accept. Ms. Bizzotto? You will? Okay. So the blue card is from Ms. Katarina Barley, Vice President. And the moment you have translation. Yes, thank you.
Thank you very much. My only question would be, if you think that listening to citizens is so important, and I totally agree, why did you not accept any of the, I think there was 3 or 4 blue cards that citizens gave you in the conference plenary?
Erano 2 cittadini italiani.
There were 2 Italian citizens that I knew, and I knew where they were coming from. That wasn't really the place. So I also listened to another Italian citizen that spoke within the European Democracy Group that said very clearly that we discussed transnational lists. That is a thorn in our side. We don't agree. And she was very clear, but you didn't listen.
Thank you. Now, Ms. Lexman-Miriam has the floor for a minute and a half from EPP.
Thank you, Chair. Dear colleagues, the Conference on the Future of Europe is an important opportunity to work together to find creative solutions to make Europe deliver for our citizens. With the social, economic and geopolitical consequences of the pandemics, of Russia's aggression against Ukraine, and of the growing assertivity of the Chinese Communist Party, we must ensure that Europe is capable of facing the many challenges ahead. That's why I find it essential that we return to the heart of the principle of subsidiarity, one of the founding principles of the European Union. We need to use the conclusions of the conference not only to focus where the EU institutions should do more. Instead, we must discuss which levels, including local, regional and state level, can best contribute to addressing specific challenges and bring solutions. This also means that the EU must not interfere into the exclusive competence of the EU member states. We must respect the division of the competencies between the different levels of governance and make the decisions as close to our citizens as possible, and thus ensure the unity, resilience and future of our Union. Thank you.
Thank you. Now Mr. Andreas Schieder from S&D has the floor for 1 minute. Thank you.
Dankeschön, Frau Präsidentin.
Thank you very much indeed, Madam President. Honourable members, ladies and gentlemen, I think this conference on the future of Europe has, against expectations, actually come up with the goods, more than we expected. The discussions and the hundreds of proposals from citizens show one thing very clearly. Citizens across Europe expect Europe to deliver solutions to the problems we face today. So we can't allow there to be yet another case of simply handing over the document with the recommendations. We now have to knuckle down and make Europe deliver and the things that Europeans have asked for. No more blocking, away from unanimity, which simply is something that really boosts the cards and the hand of the anti-Europeans. More initiative right for the European Parliament and so on and so forth. And isn't it a shame that there isn't a common concluding resolution for after this conference? It's on the Council, but the Parliament is going to adopt a resolution. And it's not to herald the end of the Conference on the Future of Europe, but to usher in the start of a modern, functional Europe that we all need. Thank you.
For 1 minute has the floor. Thank you.
Merci. Merci, Madame la Présidente.
Thank you very much, President, Vice President, colleagues. Well, right from the start, we strongly defended this conference proposed by Emmanuel Macron in March 2019, and we were right to do that. For a year, we have seen a different Europe. This has been an unprecedented democratic exercise. Citizens are asking for radical changes because the world has changed and war has returned to our continent, and our values are under a threat. And I would ask the colleagues on the right to be a bit more respectful. Mickey Mouse, a circus. I mean, it sounds as though you're talking about a bunch of kids playing a game of football. I mean, it's the extreme right, you know, that's where you're from. You're from the Northern League, or from the League, excuse me, so you're clearly from the extreme right. So it's a little bit as though it's parents it's a bunch of kids playing a game of football, and when they lose the game, they take the ball and stop anyone else playing. But actually, the conference has done a serious job. We need to be respectful of our citizens, and it's up to the Parliament to take the ball now, to take the baton in hand. We need to respect our commitments and follow up on the conference. We did that this morning with transnational lists. Once again, you showed you acted in bad faith because that was something that citizens wanted. And now the European Parliament needs to move forward with treaty reform. We shouldn't have any taboos on this. Thank you.
From Mr. Boeselager, Damian.
Apparently, it's my democratic right to ask questions, so I will make use of that. I wanted to ask you if you, as an Italian running on a French list, if you believe there's something like a European identity. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Yes, I will answer in Italian, so I hope she will understand better. Sì, sono convinto.
Yes, I firmly believe that there is a European identity. I believe that as a European citizen, we have a right to exercise our rights in any place in the European Union, and that's why, as an Italian, I decided to stand in France, and I did that to push this idea of transnational politics. We have a transnational democracy, and this is something that we will bring forward together, my dear Damien, via transnational lists, because this is Europe and this is the democracy that we want. Thank you.
Georgie, now Ms. Vanna Monica has the floor from the Greens for 1 minute.
Thank you, Madam Chair, dear Vice Presidents, dear colleagues. It has been a very long process from the first announcement of the conference to where we are today, with concrete set of proposals together with the citizens and institutions for more Europe, but also for another Europe. And as a member of the working group, A Stronger Economy, Social Justice and Jobs, I really think we can be proud of what we have achieved together, and also about the strong role of the European Parliament in this process. I'm personally very impressed how strong the wish of the European citizens is for a true social union with common Europe-wide minimum standards and a social field to leave no one behind. Framework for minimum income and wages, guaranteeing gender equality and equal access for all to public services, minimum pensions, social housing, fight against youth unemployment and ban of unpaid internships. And last but not least, of course, a strong focus on the green and sustainable economy and green jobs. We now simply have to deliver on that, colleagues. We have to deliver on that. And the citizens have to and can count on us. We have to assure that these proposals we formulated together with the citizens must not disappear after the first round of applause on the 9th of May, and that they are taken serious. And this is why we as Greens EFA strongly support a convention as soon as possible, including treaty changes, to move forward to a social union, to a sustainable union, and to a gender equal union. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Vanna. Now we have to correct the speakers list. It's Mr. Castaldo has the floor for 1 minute. Thank you.
Thank you very much, dear Chair, dear colleagues.
despite the initial skepticism of some Eurosceptical governments, the Conference on the Future of Europe turned out to be a success, empowering participative democracy at its utmost and putting long-sighted proposals on the table. Now it is time to move forward to achieve citizens' goals and hopes, turning them into concrete actions. And there is only one way to do so. We must open a new convention for discussing the much-needed deep revision of the treaties towards a federal Europe. And as this will be a clear divide in the history of the European integration, there would be no better place than Ventotene Island, where everything began to do so. We are in front of a crossroads. We can move towards a genuine political union, a strategically autonomous union, moving to qualified majority and thus growing into a real player at the global stage, or we can remain divided, becoming the chessboard where other actors play their geopolitical games, as it's happening tremendously with the criminal aggression of Ukraine. Only a new Treaty of Ventotene can allow us to pursue the first option. And if the main road is the convention, we must also be prepared to cope with certain national reluctances or blockages, thus foreseeing backup solutions, including the possibility to set up new forms of reinforced cooperations. Let's finally sit around the negotiation table. There will be an understanding who wants to be on the right side of history and who does not. We stand for a Treaty of Ventotene, for a free, democratic, sovereign and federal Europe. Thank you.
Mr. Castaldo, you have a blue card, if you could accept that. From Mr. Ninas, I think it's an interesting debate to have so many blue cards. So, Mr. Ninas, thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Castaldo, I have a question. You have mentioned that there are two possibilities to go forward with Europe, one with a closer union that will be in the geopolitical sphere, be stronger and have a voice, and the other one which will be a playing ball from the other bigger powers. However, I would like your position on these two possibilities on the internal matters. Which one do you think will improve the life of the citizens in Europe the best?
Thank you, dear Niklas. My answer is very clear in that regard. I stand for the strengthening of the European integration, moving towards a federal Europe, because I truly believe that otherwise facts will decide instead of us, as it's happening right now with the tremendous and criminal invasion of Ukraine, as it happened many times also with the multiple crises we were experiencing in the last decades. And I must, of course, underline the fact that not always we had all the tools we needed to tackle this crisis. Sometimes we have been a bit original and creative. We found an ambitious solution ex the Next Generation EU, but I'm calling for a permanent structural common European debt and a real federal budget to tackle the global challenges in front of us. So for me, this is the main road I'm going to stand for and defend, as well as you. But I also hope that that will be the outcome of the conference and the convention, because the citizens were very clear in that regard and their voice must be listened. Otherwise, we will just fuel and foster frustration instead of more commitment towards the European integration. Thank you for the question.
Thank you, Mr. Castaldo, for taking the blue card. And now, Mr. Buda from APP has the floor. Thank you.
Doamna președintă, mulțumesc, doamna comisar, doamnelor și...
President, thank you very much. Commissioner, dear colleagues, Jean Monnet said that what we're doing is bringing together people, and the Conference on the Future of Europe has shown that the European Union is made up of people with the same values. During the course of the debate, there has been a very clear perspective and drawing on the experiences of the last decades. There has been participation of citizens perhaps in the past, but it's not been the best level of participation, and it's not the fault of the policies, but perhaps the way we communicate the European policies. And we've had a very interesting debate on this. But there are still concerns when it comes to access to decent health services, looking at life expectancy. We've been focusing on the citizens' priorities that fight against climate change, use of resources, depending on the specific nature of each member state. All of this corresponds to concerns on the part of the citizens. Since the beginning of the debates, when we started out the conference, a lot of things have changed. We've seen war in Ukraine, the Russian invasion of Ukraine, and for the first time war on European soil since the Second World War. And obviously we need to guarantee security to our citizens, and this can only be done with a very strong Europe. The Conference on the Future of Europe has shown that, yes, there is a Europe of the future. The citizens have raised their voices because they want a Europe that is better for everybody. What we have to do is consolidate Europe based on values to make sure that nobody is left behind. And this is the overall aim of all of us. And the Conference on the Future of Europe has indicated the path we need to follow. Dear colleagues, we really have to want to have Europe every day.
He has the floor.
Thank you, Madam President. Dear all, in the beginning, the Conference on the Future of Europe was very abstract and very slow. And it only gained momentum because of the fantastic dynamic in the 9 working groups, where finally all components came together to debate. Citizens from the European and national panels, colleagues from the national parliaments, MEPs, representatives of civil society, social partners, regional authorities, council and commission members, all were able to join forces to reach compromise to make Europe stronger, more resilient, more sustainable, and more social. Yes, and these citizens represented the citizens, because there was a recent Eurobarometer poll where 9 out of 10 Europeans said they want more social Europe. So they were representative, these citizens. The dynamic of the working groups also translated later into the plenary, and last Saturday we concluded this unique democratic process with this fantastic 56-page document containing 325 concrete proposals endorsed by all components. Now action is needed, of course. We must deliver on the citizens' request, and this requires, of course, policy change, legislative acts, and in a few cases also treaty change. And therefore, we need to convene the convention as this excellent joint resolution we debate suggests. And to conclude, I think we proved during 1 year that representative democracy and participatory democracy can go hand in hand, and we must continue this exercise. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Angel. Now, Mr. Küçük from Renew has the floor for 1 minute. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam President, Madam Vice President of the European Commission, dear colleagues. I echo those colleagues saying that the conference was an enriching exercise of democracy. I couldn't agree more with that. But a bigger question is, what is next? What kind of change? Because we all mentioned the need of change. And first of all, we would like to start from implementing the citizens' proposals. Certainly, we have to implement what citizens have proposed us. There must be no excuses, otherwise we are simply living in those on the extreme right and left who do it for us, and we don't want that. Secondly, I think the conference was clear. We need a change. We need a change on health union, on energy union. We have to abolish the unanimity rule, and for that we need a new convention. Thirdly, the conference was a model, and should be a model, perhaps not at the same scale, but a continuous exercise involving citizens and bringing them together with the European institutions. What happens at the European level has tremendous impact on the people's life. So for that reason, we need pan-European solutions for pan-European challenges. Thank you.
Thank you. And now Mr. Ninas officially has the floor from the Greens.
Thank you very much, Madam President. First of all, when I go to my constituency, yes, I agree. Not all of the citizens tell me we want to get rid of unanimity. Of course not. That's a highly technical question. The majority is just asking me, why is Europe not doing anything on this? Why don't we solve the migration crisis? Why aren't we helping people on the borders? Why aren't we getting support for the low-income regions? Why aren't we getting help for everybody to have the same pension and the same minimal income? And then I have to explain to them, and maybe that's also a job for my colleagues as well, that there are a lot of proposals on the table, but they're just not being voted on because there's the rule of unanimity. And that we need to get rid of it in order to be a more concrete European Union. And I think this has been the exercise that we did here. We asked citizens who were, some of them not at all involved in politics, to come here and make up their mind and propose ideas, what they think about the problems, where they see topics to be improved and everything. And then the outcome was, well, we need treaty change. And one last sentence about this, I'll make it quick. Just because we have a convention doesn't mean that everything that is proposed will come into law. I mean, the important thing is to bring people together and to talk about the society that we want to live in the future. And that is what the convention is there for. And if we stop this process from the start, then I think our society has no future.
You have a blue card. It's your turn now. Yes, Mr. Niklas. If you, yes, Mr. Sokol Tomislav would like to ask a question.
Thank you very much. So you said that people want us to resolve issues and problems. I agree with that. You said that people want to have bigger income, minimum pension and things like that. I agree also with that. But why do you think that unanimity will achieve that? Why do you think that getting rid of unanimity will lead the member states to actually share more powers with the smaller member states, and that they will be willing to resolve problems? Because I personally think if we have more qualified majority, the member states will have more power to decide what is in their interest and not to share the powers and responsibilities with smaller member states. So why would people in, for instance, Croatia have better results if we get rid of the possibility for Croatia to have the veto right in the Council? Thank you very much.
Yeah, I think it's an excellent question that also leads to the question of what we do exactly at the convention. I believe the power of democracy lies in compromises, lies in the fact that we don't have referenda where we just have yes or no. And the same thing is true for also this question on the regards to unanimity. Of course, I do see the point that smaller member states need representation and that they need a certain amount of power through the use of unanimity. However, at a certain point it gets ad absurdum. And we are in the point where member states, and we have seen that multiple times, are trying to force their opinion upon everybody else as a minority, which is not what we want in a democracy, and bundle up together decisions that have nothing to do with each other. And so I think that we cannot continue with the prospect of unanimity, because it will not solve any problems. Because every time your citizens say, for example, or you say for your citizens, we want a stronger minimum wage, and then, I don't know, maybe Malta says, no, it's okay for us, but we want fishing rights here and there, and therefore we block everything on the question of unanimity. And this is unfair. And so I think what we can come up with in the convention is also a solution to that, to figure out what is a possible solution that gives the right to the smaller member states to be part of the discussion, but also that enables us to act. That is the strength that we need. Democracies can act, but we are just too slow because we are having too much unanimity.
Thank you, Mr. Ninas. Now, Mr. Sikorski has the floor for a minute and a half from EPP.
Madam President, ladies and gentlemen, I would grant the nationalist side of this debate that the process of the conference has not been perfectly democratic. But I'd just like to remind you that the whole idea of the conference was to open up the process to unelected people, to the kind of people that we don't normally talk to. So that was deliberate. And if your supporters were less active or less persuasive in that process, well, that is your mistake and your failure, but don't blame the process. We've been through a lot as the European Union in recent years: the financial crisis, the refugee crisis, Brexit, the pandemic, and now war. And some of you have argued, correctly in my view, that we need to take a strong stance. We need energy transformation and financial help for energy transformation. We need strong sanctions on an aggressor power, Mr. Putin. That we need energy security, including gas union, purchasing of gas together. And at the same time, you say the EU should go back to being a union of fatherlands, a free trade area. Some of your supporters have even asked for abolishing this parliament. Now, I have to tell you, these ideas are not compatible. You have to choose. If you will the ends, you have to will the means. Personally, I want a union strong enough that can not only stand up to Putin, but send him to hell. And therefore, I believe we need not a superstate, but a superpower. And therefore, these proposals should be considered seriously. Thank you.
Would you accept the blue card, Mr. Sikorski, from Mr. Ronza? Then thank you. You may take the floor.
If I may, thank you very much, President. I'd just like to say that obviously dialogue is better than turning one's back on one's discussion partner. It's always better to have discussion and dialogue. But you were a minister. There were certain complaints lodged against Germany. People saying that they're too passive, they're not doing enough in the European Union. But your colleague from the EPP, Donald Tusk, said that Germany was actually a blessing for the European Union, in the European Union, under the leadership of Chancellor Merkel. So I do have a question. Following on from these reforms that you are proposing, which are going to issue from the Conference on the Future of Europe, are you not afraid that the Union is going to make the same mistakes as they have in the past? That we have war at the moment, there's this military drama, there's war that's going on. Are you not afraid that we'll get into the same situation, we'll carry out the same dramatic mistakes?
To thank the honourable member for recalling my speech in Berlin in 2011, where I indeed said that I fear German power less than I fear Germany's inactivity. And you know what? It seems to fit the current attitude of the German coalition to the war in Ukraine. No human institution will be perfect. But when the facts change, I change my view. What do you do? And therefore we need institutions that would protect people's identity, but enable us to work more effectively together. And I think some of those proposals do that. Thank you.
Thank you. Now, Mr. Ruiz de Vesa Dominic has the floor from S&D. Thank you.
Thank you very much, dear President Kaili. Thank you, Vice President, for your presence in the debate and also for what you have done co-chairing this conference with these very good outcomes that clearly are pointing to the need of improving the competencies, the capabilities of the European Union to act in very important fields, but also to improve the degree of democratic legitimacy, the participation of the citizens in the European project. Many things have been said. I made them my own. Also what Prime Minister Draghi said today in the morning about pragmatic and ideal federalism. Now, I'd like to address you directly because you have been saying, and I understand that as a positive thing, that you believe that the Commission should play an honest broker role in this process. But I believe that maybe the Commission can also join the Parliament, right? The Parliament has made clear the position in this resolution about the next step, the Convention and the reform of the treaties. And also, by the way, as you very well know, we approved today with a large majority the electoral law, including the union-wide constituency. Why don't join the Commission and the Parliament together? Because we know Council, they are good guys, but not particularly the vanguard of the European Union. So working together, Commission and Parliament. What do you think?
And you have a blue card if you would accept from Ms. Bizzotto. Sorry. You have a blue card from Ms. Bizzotto if you would accept that.
Sì, io le blue card le prendo.
Yes, I accept blue cards.
Sì. Assicuro che difenderò l'interesse.
Well, I'm sure that Italy's interests will be covered with the transnational list, but I do wonder, your colleague, my colleague, Mr. Gozzi, who was Sub-Secretary of the Renzi government and of the Gentiloni government, so had access to very private documents, and then went into Macron's government as an advisor and the parliamentarian now. So defending the interests of the French and the Italians, is that the same thing? What do you think?
Beh, io conosco, mi chiede lei.
Well, now Mr. Gozzi is in front of me. He's a dear friend and a colleague. I know that it is possible, as he has done, to work for Europe when you're in Italy and when you're in France. Thank you.
Thank you. And now Ms. Gamon Claudia has the floor from Renew.
Thank you, Chair. Die Konferenz kommt jetzt zu einem Ende und es sollte der Start sein für echte.
Well, the conference is coming to an end, and I must say, well, I hope I'm talking on behalf of everybody to thank all those citizens who have taken part in the conference, who've actually taken time to discuss these very many issues amongst themselves. And what I have noticed, and I think it's true for other colleagues, their debate, the citizens' debate, has triggered something in us. And we've actually felt something that we'd assumed, that the citizens are a lot further in their thinking than many politicians think they are. So I think we've heard as well that there are very many in this House on the extreme right wing. We are the people, they say, and then when the people do come along and say something, they're somewhat shocked. So that maybe is a little frustrating for them, but it is the case. Citizens want a Europe that works, and it works for them. And that means that Europe has to be strong, and it means that the European Union has to be strengthened, and we are going to need new treaties for that. Thank you.
Thank you. And now Mr. Alfonsi François for 1 minute from the Greens.
Madame la Présidente.
President, the conference on the future of Europe was supposed to be the event to mark this parliamentary term, but unfortunately the general public knew too little about it because it was affected by the pandemic and it was affected by the lack of participation by political parties and member states. And it was also limited to a certain extent by the content discussed. Nevertheless, we need to continue along the path taken because it's crucial for the future of Europe. Among the decisions taken, there is the idea of people to be able to democratically determine their futures. Catalonia and Scotland, for example. Ukraine is another example during recent weeks. The digital platform that citizens could express themselves freely on had contributions from everywhere, and the second most supported proposal related to sovereignty, but it didn't make it into the final conclusions that were published from the conference. If Europe is not brave enough to make democratic proposals to resolve conflicts of sovereignty, even in the face of member states' 20th century nostalgia, it risks serious political crises in the future. We will continue to support this kind of proposal. Europe needs to make a contribution to the future of all its citizens and also contribute to the future of all peoples by letting them have the right to self-determination, which is a fundamental right. This right can't be undermined by vetoes from member states. It needs to be given to all the peoples of Europe who want it.
Hübner Danuta has the floor from EPP for 1.5 minutes.
Madam President, Madam Commissioner, colleagues, I hope we all remember that before the conference started at the beginning, we committed ourselves to deeply engage in it and also to deliver on its outcome. And now we simply need a good plan to transform the conclusions into a real change. And I have two major takeaways from this unprecedented public dialogue, which might be useful. First, on the value of the process itself, let me say that the more citizens were engaging, also emotionally, the more ambitious, courageous, and future-oriented were their ideas about the future of Europe. One can also say that a long-awaited European demos has been born, and it must not be lost. I think participatory democracy worked. And my second takeaway is that during this conference, citizens have called for more Europe. And I read it as a demonstration of their trust and faith in us, as an expectation that the union that was brought closer to them thanks to the conference will remain close and caring. The conference, through well-structured, thoughtful conclusions, prepared a core of reform package. And European institutions, Parliament, I hope the Commission, Madam Commissioner, also the Council will work now on their implementation. We could see during the last plenary the commitment of all institutions in this regard. The conference, through the way it worked and the conclusions it provided, paved the way toward European Convention in the meaning of the Article 48, and that implies that we need to take the conclusions and start working on potential treaty change content and do what is our right and duty within the Article 48. So I trust we learn from this conference how to build the future of Europe in the most participatory way possible. Thank you.
Thank you. Now, Mr. Negrescu has the floor from S&D for 1 minute. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. I have attended the conference on the future of Europe, and citizens have clearly underlined that they want to contribute more to the European project. Contrary to what has been said, their ideas and proposals are valuable. And also we have to acknowledge the fact that important parts of them go beyond the current treaty framework. I'm particularly happy to see that citizens want the European Union to help them get access to quality education and health services. And several of our proposals, even of my proposals, have been included in the conclusions. The pandemic and the war in Ukraine show that we need a European Union that protects its citizens and its member states. And for that, it needs the means and the instruments to act, by including even a stronger social dimension. We therefore call for a convention and the activation of the procedure for the revision of the treaties according to Article 48 of the Treaty of the European Union. And as a member of the Constitutional Affairs Committee, I support the need to start working on this immediately. Dear colleagues, in these uncertain times, we need to revise the treaties in order to build a Europe that offers certainty, security, and the perspective of a sustainable future for everyone. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Negrescu. Now, Mr. Pascal Arimont has the floor from EPP. Thank you.
Vielen Dank, sehr geehrte Frau Präsidentin.
Thank you very much, President, Commissioner. Well, the future is built from courage, and these 353 conclusions of the conference have strengths and weaknesses, but they do have one major strength, which is that this document has been worked on by many, many people, and that's the original idea of the European Union. It's a consensus document. Now, I do have questions to the representatives of member states who are not here. Firstly, do they want citizens to be better protected in the area of health? Do they want to ensure that Europe is taken more seriously at the international level? And thirdly, do they want a more democratic Europe in which this Parliament is stronger, for example, with the right of initiative? If that is something that they want, then they're going to have to approve the changes in treaties. I mean, currently, the treaties don't leave the European Union the possibility to effectively and efficiently deal with a pandemic situation, for example. I come from a border region, and I've seen some very interesting situations, let's say, when one state does one thing and another does another. Or this unanimity means that in some areas, strategic areas, such as international tax policy, can't make progress. Now, these 58 pages are a clear contract. It's a clear task for us. We need to change the treaties in certain areas. Member states, please be in favour of a convention, targeted treaty changes. Be brave. Thank you.
Thank you. And now, Mr. Polak Peter has the floor from EPP.
Dámy a páni, na jednej strane nás musí tešiť, že napriek covidu sa podarilo to...
Yes, thank you very much. I think we should be satisfied that despite the pandemic, we have managed to include so many people into the Conference on the Future of Europe. However, on the other hand, we have not been able to draw in some of the strengths into the conference. A large number of people were able to participate in the conference and they feel like Europeans, but on the other hand we have to realize, of course, that there's a large group of people who don't really feel that they are fully entitled citizens of the country they live in, let alone feeling European. On the one hand, I think we can be happy about progress that's been made in artificial intelligence, digitalization, and protecting the environment. But on the other hand, there are very many people who don't even have access to drinking water. People want security, they want good education, they want well-paid jobs, and an affordable lifestyle or good health care. And Europeans want Europe to be fairer and more democratic. They want it to be a safe, a secure area where they can fulfill their dreams. Obviously, we would like to see all of the conclusions of the Conference on the Future of Europe actually being put into practice so that every child, every young person is able to develop not only themselves but their environment. We have very many recommendations which require or ask for major reform, and we cannot just ignore them because our Europeans want a more humane, a more social European Union, a European Union without poverty.
3 speakers with the catch the eye to finish with this debate. A very interesting one. Mr. Sokol Tomislav can have the floor now.
Hvala lijepa. Konferencija o budućnosti Europe potvrdila je da građani žele veće ovlasti Europske unije u području zdravstva.
Thank you very much. Well, we've seen that citizens want more from health and so on, and that's something that we've seen through health data, whereby the EU's autonomy in terms of developing pharmaceuticals is a priority for citizens. These are issues that individual states can't solve alone, so they need to work together, but according to subsidiarity. And it's good that the health union is responding to this in a very positive manner. Now, we've heard about moving on from unanimity to qualified majority voting, but we need to be clear here that a veto is very useful. And this is something where member states have interests they need to protect in issues such as the military, and this is particularly important for smaller member states in the common EU. We're working towards a common identity, so I think that this kind of change of the votes can only harm.
Yes, thank you very much. Prije svega željela bih zahvaliti potpredsjednici Šuici na njezinom angažmanu i gospodinu Verhofstadtu. Hvala vam lijepo.
Thank you very much. Well, I'd like to thank Vice Commissioner Suica and Mr. Verhofstadt for their commitment on the Conference of the Future of Europe. But what I wanted to say is that we have been shown that it is easy to get citizens interested in these kinds of political issues and involved in political decision making. We have all these conclusions from the conference, and if we're going to fulfill citizens' expectations, we need to follow up on those, and that will strengthen citizens' trust in our institutions. I think that what's been done is a major contribution to the future of European democracy and the European Union. We all know that our democracies have faced many challenges during recent years. For example, the weakening of the rule of law, among others. But I think given the situation, it is important to try and ensure that as many of these recommendations as possible become reality, because events are moving very rapidly, and if we are not able to change rapidly, then you only have to look in history to see what will happen to us. Speaker's cut off.
Presidente, eu gostaria de recordar que há cerca de 20 anos foi iniciado.
President, I'd just like to recall that about 20 years ago, the whole process that was initiated that's concluding now, the initiations of it, by the Conference on the Future of Europe, and the idea was to consolidate, well, at the time, it could try to consolidate neoliberal policies, and it was rejected at the time. But then, of course, we had the Treaty of Lisbon, which was adopted against the wishes of the people. And now you want a new convention to insist on those kind of policies, which essentially are at the origin of the lack of equality and some of the problems in the member states and dependence on resources from outside the European Union. And I think the results are going to be the same. We have to do something about the rights of workers. We have to break off, I think, with some of the policies from that we've had up until now and look for alternatives so that we can have a future of progress, justice and peace.
So now for the specific debate, we accepted all blue cards and all the catch the eye requests. I believe maybe we had a record today, but it's the most important and lively debate, and it's well deserved as we discuss the future of Europe. And I really want to thank our Vice President, Madame Suita Dubravka, for staying and listening the whole debate in the European Parliament from so many colleagues staying with us, and also our Vice President, Mr. Margaritis Chinas, who also stayed and followed all the debate. I have received also 3 motions for resolutions to wind up this debate, and now the debate is closed. The vote will be held tomorrow. Thank you, colleagues. We may proceed to the next item.
Než prejdeme k ďalšiemu bodu, tak by som chcel povedať, že pokiaľ ide o to...
Before we go on to the next point, then perhaps I could just say the following. When it comes to the recommendations from the Agri Committee, no delegated acts. I know opinions on these to be submitted. And obviously, this is something that will, together with the other text, will be verified. The next point on the agenda is the Commission statement on EU preparedness against cyber attacks following Russia invasion on Ukraine. So I would first of all like to welcome the Commissioner, Vice President Margaritis Chinas. You have the floor, sir.
Thank you, President, honorable members. I would like to thank you all for putting this important point on the agenda. As we speak, a cyber warfare is going on in our neighborhood. It has started weeks before the Russian invasion, and it continues. It's striking Ukraine's most critical infrastructure networks with a double aim: to further destabilize the country and demoralize its people. Ukrainian websites have experienced a tenfold increase in attacks since the Russian invasion. And on the day of the invasion itself, a cyber attack against Viasat's K-SAT satellite network used by the Ukrainian military and police caused disruption to thousands of customers that use these connectivity services. While in the meantime, Ukraine is being targeted by Russian-aligned criminal ransomware gangs, which can only add to the volatility of the situation. We are doing our utmost, together with my colleagues, to support Ukraine's cyber resilience. The Commission and the European Action External Service, we have been coordinating with member states and the private sector the provision of technical assistance, equipment, software, and relevant services as per the needs of the Ukrainian government. And let me tell you that the case of Ukraine is not an isolated one. Over the last months and year, our member states have also been hit by waves of large-scale cyber attacks targeting their most critical sectors, from healthcare to telecom operators to public administrations to wind energy companies and health. This is unfortunately the reality, the new reality of today's world. This is what we must face, and I'm really pleased to have the opportunity to set out our work to rise to this challenge. Shielding our critical infrastructure against both physical and digital threats is our top priority. And let me put something very clearly up front, in front of this House. It is more urgent than ever to adopt the revised Network Information Systems Directive, the so-called NIS2, together with our proposal for the renewed, modified Critical Entities Resilience Directive. These two proposals are two sides of the same coin. What is the point of putting all our efforts in protecting the networks of a nuclear power plant if you can disrupt it by simply attacking its structures? I know that the negotiations on these two texts are progressing well, and I count on you to have them adopted as quickly as possible. They are needed now more than ever before. And I also take today's opportunity to make a very solemn plea for the scope of these proposals to stay at the level of ambition that we envisaged with our original proposal at the Commission. It would be greatly inconsistent if we take out of the scope of these pieces of legislation public administration, because public administration would need to have it to maintain high security standards. Shielding our union against cyber threats also requires shielding our single market. We need to make sure that the digital products in our single market are sufficiently resilient against cyber threats. This is why President von der Leyen announced in this House a few months ago a new Cyber Resilience Act, which we'll be presenting by the end of this year. We have put a lot of efforts in building EU preparedness. This has even inspired our like-minded partners on the other side of the Atlantic to step up their own approach. But clearly, the key question is, will we, the European Union, be able to react in the event of a large-scale cyber attack? And let me share with you my conviction that yes, we can. In the past years, we have set up a number of tools and mechanisms to ensure effective coordination, both at technical and operational levels. The so-called cybersecurity blueprint sets out how to make the full use of existing cybersecurity entities to facilitate cooperation between member states and EU institutions in responding to such incidents and crises. We also have set up at technical level an EU network of national computer emergency response teams, the CSIRT network, which together with our own institutional CERT-EU network perform an essential role in ensuring the sharing of technical information on network incidents in line with the blueprint. Early this year, this network was put in partial activation mode. We also have the Network for Operational Cooperation, Cyclone, which brings together national cyber agencies where the Commission participates as observer. And as I was telling you a few minutes ago, the proposals aiming at revising the NIS Directive and the Critical Entities Resilience Directive could be also essential to present the Commission as a full member of Cyclone in order to represent the overall EU interest. What we now need is to continue building precisely on this culture of sharing information and expertise between member states and across the cybersecurity constituencies, to bring together our best cybersecurity experts and response teams to work together and coordinate our action at operational level, and where necessary, help those that need it the most. And this is precisely the purpose that should serve the joint cyber unit, what, together with my colleague Thierry Breton, we have announced that should be operationalized as soon as possible. Any operation at EU level will also benefit from the additional firepower and brain power, the expertise that our agencies bring. We are working closely with ENISA, that now has years of experience in threat identification, and Europol's EC3, which is also working closely to counter malicious activities on the ground. This is a true example of breaking the silos between the different strands of security to capitalize on all the knowledge and expertise available across the services and across Europe. This is precisely what our concept of an EU security union means. One single roof for all security-related policy action to be aligned far beyond and across vertical fiefdoms and vertical constituencies. Another element that is of relevance to this debate is, of course, the heightened hybrid threat that is linked to disinformation. We have been urging, together with our External Action Service colleagues, the main platform signatories of the Code of Practice to implement swiftly the Ukrainian-related sanctions and take further action to address the spread of war propaganda, lies, and harmful disinformation related to the war. All online platforms swiftly moved to suspend the transmission of Russia Today and Sputnik in the EU and to delist them from search engines. There are encouraging signs that the platforms have strengthened their monitoring and intervention tools to deprioritize disinformation content, remove the accounts of known disinformation purveyors, increase cooperation with fact-checkers, and cut disinformation websites from the advertising revenues. And we shall keep monitoring progress in all these areas, and we will continue to push for more actions in our regular meetings with all major platforms. Honorable members, let me conclude by saying that the invasion of Ukraine has shown us a new side of war. From now on, the war takes place not only in the battlefield, but also in our information space, whether disinformation or cyber attacks. These incidents have real-life consequences for individuals, businesses, critical infrastructure, our society at large, and our democracy. Malicious cyber activities, whether driven by political or criminal motives, not only threaten our economies, but also our model of society, what we stand for, our way of life, our freedoms and our values. So now is the moment for a genuine step change in our collective response to these common threats. And I'm sure that you share with us the sense of urgency for greater efficiency and responsiveness of our mechanisms. Thank you.
Ďakujem veľmi pekne. Ďalšia v rozprave vystúpi za skupinu EPP pani Eva Majdel.
Thank you very much, Mrs. Majdel.
Thank you, Chair, Vice President, colleagues. I believe the cyber attacks are just another front in Putin's all-out attack against democracy and against democratic states. Every government, every company, every individual stands on the front line of that war, of Putin's war. And I'm very proud that this parliament is currently working to deliver on the NIS2 directive that could offer real opportunity for member states and industry to be able to collaborate together. But of course, businesses will need the resources and the scale to tackle those very complex and hybrid threats. But the same, of course, applies to institutions and to agencies that assist both at national but also European level. If cybercrime costed the world $1 trillion back in 2020 alone, well, I believe it's only common sense to significantly make sure that we increase investment in our critical infrastructure and, most importantly, digital defense. We simply have to wargame the various scenarios together with the internet service providers, together with the telephone companies, to make sure we can repeal potential attacks and make sure we can restore basic functions at an unprecedented speed. We also have to make sure we build greater resilience among our populations. And this we could do through more cyber and media literacy efforts. And of course, this item has to be very high on the agenda of the European Council and during its next meeting in June. I'm actually surprised that we do not see the Council present here today. European leaders should stop shying away from topics related to tech and cyber, because the effects of a cyber attack can be instant, can be devastating, and they could be very far-reaching, knowing no borders. So this is why there is no time to waste for us to increase our resilience. Thank you.
Ďakujem veľmi pekne. Ďalší v rozprave vystúpi za skupinu SND, pán...
Yes, thank you very much. The next speaker on behalf of S&D, Mr. Salih, with 1 minute.
World, we are facing new forms of aggression, taking the shape of hybrid and cyber warfare. We have witnessed destructive wiper attacks on hundreds of systems in the Ukrainian government, from IT, energy, financial organizations, nuclear plants, telecommunications, and also broadcasting companies. During the conflict, malicious cyber attacks have been a prominent component of Russian cyber operations, strongly correlated and sometimes directly timed with kinetic military operations targeting services, institutions which are crucial for civilians, whether it is to steal data from nuclear plants, to cause a chaotic disinformation in the environment, disrupting citizens' access to reliable information and critical life services, shaking confidence in the country's leadership. All these cyber attacks are sparking concerns of more significant consequences and catastrophic effects that could also affect and target directly our European Union, our member states. Every member state, every EU organization, large or small, must be prepared to respond to these disruptive incidents. Being prepared will ultimately protect civilians from attacks that can directly affect their lives and access to critical, important services. Thanks a lot.
Ďakujem veľmi pekne. Ďalšia v rozprave vystúpi za skupinu...
Thank you very much. The next speaker on behalf of Renew, Mrs. Loiseau.
Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you, President. The war in Ukraine has opened our eyes. In our relations with Russia, there is a before and an after the 24th of February, the date when the Russian military aggression started. For as long as Vladimir Putin has not withdrawn his troops from Ukraine and renounced to threaten the security of Europe, we cannot continue to do as things were before, and as if nothing had happened. When I say us, we, I'm thinking of our institutions, European institutions, and particularly our Parliament, for whom we're directly responsible. And I would like to thank our President Roberta Metsola, who has firmly committed to strengthen the cybersecurity of our Assembly. because it's high time, because of course we've seen that cyber attacks have been targeting at us relentlessly. But we have this effort made and we have to encourage this. And having said that, I have to put out an appeal to you, dear colleagues, and in particular the presidents of our political groups. We have to take the security of our institution far more seriously. We're called upon to strengthen sanctions against Russia to help Ukraine. And is it normal that we have dual nationality Russians working in this parliament linked to the powers in place in Russia? And is it normal to deal with confidential subjects online without knowing who's actually connected? How can we expect to carry out a better control of subjects as important as European defence without strengthening our own security culture? This is something we cannot ignore. By strengthening our security, we're strengthening our own credibility, our efficacy, the ability to control the work being done by the Council and the Commission. This is the business of each and every one of us, but I think we have to realise that we can't do as we did in the past, because in the past we didn't do enough.
Ďakujem veľmi pekne.
Yes, thank you very much. The next speaker, on behalf of the Greens, Mr. Andresen. 1.5 minutes.
Thank you very much. Before the war criminal Putin on the 24th of February brutally begun his invasion of Ukraine, satellite communications had been attacked. Attacks on international airports have been carried out, as well as German wind farms. Putin has been waging war online for years. What Putin wants to do is set up hacker groups to attack infrastructure and disseminate misinformation. Security authorities want to knock out security authorities, and this means that many companies have a lower impact than they would have done. Our critical infrastructure is very fragile in EU. Cyber attacks have been an issue for a long time. As Shadow Rapporteur for the NIS2 directive, the current negotiations have shown that member states are not prepared to get active enough, and I would turn to the Commissioner and thank you for making it very clear, and also the criticism of public administration being excluded from the scope. We need a better exchange of information on cyber attacks regarding critical infrastructure and private companies, and for the systems that are at stake here.
Ďakujem veľmi pekne. Ďalšia vystúpi za skupinu ID.
Thank you. The next speaker, on behalf of ID, Mrs. Anna Bonfrisco, for 1.5 minutes.
Grazie, Presidente. Buon pomeriggio.
Thank you, President. Good afternoon, Vice President Skinas. Colleagues, well, the issue of European Union readiness to deal with IT attacks as a result of the Russian attack on Ukraine depends on the various degrees of preparation that member states have. Strong member states make up a strong union, but that's valid everywhere, in all areas and all sectors. The current Italian government has also increased its capacities, launching an agency for national cybersecurity, where all activities to protect from IT threats are gathered, and therefore thereby making a contribution to EU security. Cybersecurity guarantees national security, EU security, socio-economic stability, the order of societies, and social cohesion. The fact that citizens can count on reliable information and means that they don't lose faith in the leadership of their countries. European citizens also need to be able to count on critical services, and they should be defended from spying and disinformation. We're seeing a hybrid war in Ukraine, and we have evidence of lethal attacks being carried out by the Russian Federation. It's our duty to help Ukrainian organizations and the Ukrainian people to
protect themselves. We need to extend this protective umbrella to all of those who see things in our way. We need to continue to deepen NATO and continue with our exercises. My call is for us to put an end to disinformation, which is a scourge in the European Union. I think that is something that we too often forget. Thank you.
Ďakujem veľmi pekne. Ďalší vystúpi za skupinu ECR.
Yes, thank you very much. For the next speaker on behalf of the ECR, Mr. Adam Bielan for 1 minute.
Panie Przewodniczący.
President, during the course of the Russian attack on Ukraine, we've seen that the Kremlin is using tactics of hybrid war and a mass disinformation campaign. And yet again, this just goes to show the importance of the role of cyber technology, because we can see that the Russians are once again trying to take away the sovereignty of a nation, sovereign nation, and also with an impact on the neighbouring countries. And we can't just sit and wait for this threat to affect us. And the French French presidency isn't here, which is a great disappointment, because we feel that they should be here. But we don't want more telephones being spied on. We have to look at the areas of national terrorism, cyber attacks, energy supply as well. They have to be protected, and we need to take more steps to strengthen cooperation in the European Union and together with NATO to prevent mass cyber attacks. It's only by acting together that we are going to be able to stand up to the totalitarian drive of Putin.
Veľmi pekne. Ďalšia vystúpi za... Máte slovo.
Yes, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, President. With each technological progress in war waging, there is more possibility for violence and the fall of civilization. Cyber war means that critical infrastructure such as hospitals can be destroyed at the pressing of a button. We need to protect against this, but we need to be clear that this technology shouldn't be used for war, to get into a spiral of escalation, because we need to be active against this in Ukraine. There is no justification at all for this terrible war that Russia's waging on Ukraine. Russia needs to get out of Ukraine straight away, but NATO is using this war for its own geopolitical ends in terms of developing and sending weapons in order to drag on the war and to put up prices. This is a struggle that is imperial at basis, and people across the world are falling foul to this, and the danger of wildfire is rising. This kind of politics leads to war, but the sons and daughters of the elites that are putting money into this, we need to go back to the negotiating table so that people stop losing their homes. We need to stop the war, and that only happens by means of negotiation.
Ďalší vystupí pán.
Yes, thank you very much. The next speaker is Mr. Castaldo for 1 minute.
Thank you very much, Chair. Dear colleagues, according to some analysts, after the Russian criminal invasion of Ukraine, cyber attacks against the EU and its member states have increased by 1,000%. It goes without saying that these numbers must represent a wake-up call for us. The number one priority must be to pursue strategic autonomy and technological sovereignty, pledging adequate resources to this end. In particular, a shift of paradigm is really required. We can no longer focus only on hardware capabilities, but we need to include ambitious projects on the research and development of specific softwares. Otherwise, we will always remain dependent on third parties. Second, we should insist on those success stories already existing, such as ENISA, which role should be further enhanced. At the same time, and even more in line with the prerogative of our House, we need to streamline cyber diplomacy with the final aim to create a safe, reliable and open cyberspace worldwide. The cyber domain represents the apotheosis of interconnection among EU member states, and even more than in other fields, there are no individual countries that can boost a satisfactory and independent level of security. Let's make this field the pilot for further European integration. Thank you very much.
Ďakujem veľmi pekne. Ďalší vystup.
Thank you very much. Mr. Tom Berends for 1.5 minutes.
Ja, dank u wel, voorzitter, beste commissaris. De dreiging...
Thank you very much, Chair. Thank you, President. Commissioner, the cyber threat for our economy has risen and energy supply is threatened as well. And there are criminal intentions behind of this, and I would like to thank the Commission for this proposal. We need to make sure that we use every instrument possible in terms of defending ourselves, and we need to pinpoint the weak points. We need to do more to protect our critical infrastructure and reduce its vulnerability. That's something that needs to happen in European ports and airports. We shouldn't be so naive as to fall back on Chinese technology here, because that would increase the risks. So we need to make sure that we're not overly naive when we look at protecting our technology. This isn't just to do with corporate security, it's to do with safeguarding the public arena. We need to have more cooperation here.
Ďakujem veľmi pekne. Ďalší v rozprave.
Yes, thank you very much. The next speaker is Mr. Lukasz Kohout on behalf of the S&D for 1 minute.
Dziękuję, panie przewodniczący.
Yes, thank you, President, Commissioner. If you want peace, prepare for war. An old expression, but very relevant today. The EU's defence policy must now be our priority. We have been extremely lucky because the President of the United States is a true Democrat and has taken on the difficult role of coordinator and leader at this time of the Russian attack on Ukraine. But it won't always be like this. We ourselves, as the European Union, have to be prepared for these challenges and attacks, both military and cyber attacks. Neither Putin nor any other dictator need launch an armed attack to sow confusion and destroy the European Union or any other country. If we look at the Brexit campaign, the Cambridge Analytica scandal, the unclear connections of Ordo Iuris, a lot points to the fact that the Kremlin and its cybernetic tentacles are behind this. We should not forget the troll factories who are responsible for disinformation, hate speech and slandering democratic values. We have to be prepared for these new challenges and these traps. We must create a system to respond to mass cyber attacks and Russian trolling on the internet. Thank you very much.
Ďakujem veľmi pekne. Ďalší v rozprave vystúpi pán Morten Løkkegaard.
Thank you very
much. Løkkegaard, 1.5 minutes, please.
Commissioner, as if Putin's current war with tanks and murdering in Ukraine wasn't bad enough, the war in cyberspace has been a destructive reality for long. It's not just a matter of critical infrastructure in Ukraine. Attacks are going on against companies in Europe every 11th second, ladies and gentlemen, every 11th second. So we need to strengthen our cyber defense. We must update the EU's rules for cybersecurity to strengthen our defense. These two, I took part in negotiating that, and these negotiations were going on, Council, Commission and Parliament. We have certain expectations concerning the result, Commissioner. It's essential that companies accept that we must make stricter demands. We must deter countries such as Russia from attacking us. So we must be able to adopt shared, joint action vis-à-vis these countries outside the EU. We must also have the possibility to trace these attacks very quickly. Thank you for your attention.
Veľmi pekne. Ďalšia v rozprave.
Thank you very much. Ms. Marketa Grigorova, 1 minute.
Děkuji, pane předsedající.
Thank you very much.
Many people cheer on the hacktivist group Anonymous when they wage their own war against Russians. When some of my friends traveled to Ukraine to help Ukrainians flee the country, others sat down behind a computer and showed their heroism through ones and zeros. The same goes to other entities. Ukraine built resilient cyber defense capabilities. The UK and US support Ukraine with their cyber mission teams. We are, however, nowhere to be seen in this field, even though each day I open the news, I see several new cyber attacks in Europe. That brings the question, will our citizens have to hope that the Anonymous will have the capacities to cover them too? Or are we prepared to protect our critical infrastructure, data and information space? My friends are nice, and I am sure they will help if needed. But this is our political responsibility, as long as we support democracy, that is. Thank you.
Ďakujem veľmi pekne. Ďalší vystup na jednu.
Thank you very much. Marco Giusto, 1.5 minutes, please.
Grazie, Presidente, cari colleghi.
Thank you, President. Colleagues. Well, the preparatory actions for Russian cyber attacks were carried out a year before the invasion of Ukraine, which confirms that the conflict was planned well in advance. Now, clearly, this is something that goes along with Russian war efforts, which aim to destabilize some sensitive infrastructure that Russia had the intention of attacking. They could also potentially carry out cyber attacks on the West, on Europe. That could be a development in the war in Ukraine. And obviously, given that Moscow might be preparing these kinds of attacks, we need to be ready. We need to have a plan to respond to these attacks. What we need to do immediately as well is ensure that our defences are at high alert. We need to have a view that looks to the future, that deals with cyber attacks, because they won't end with the end of the war in Ukraine. In fact, they'll probably increase. We need more cooperation from European member states, the West as a whole, actually, but also we need to work with our historic allies, the United States, the United Kingdom, and international organisations such as NATO. It's only if we stand together that we'll be able to deal with this hybrid threat and defend our sensitive and strategic infrastructure, because when we talk about cybersecurity, we're not only talking about computer security, we're also talking about national security in the fullest sense of the term. Thank you.
Ďakujem veľmi pekne. Ďalší vystúpi pán Witold.
Thank you very much. Mr. Waszczykowski, 1 minute, please.
President, I think we have to move away from dreams and build up a safe, secure Europe against Russia as it is at the moment. And I'd like to know, I have a question to see whether we have the courage to change the regime in Russia, like some people wish to change the government in Poland. I think we have to be able to try and better read and understand Russia's policies. We've got Georgia, Crimea, and, well, the majority of Europeans, I don't think, were able to recognize the Russian threat. So now we're looking at technology, but I think politicians ought to have a more realistic view of Russia. And political will, well, yes, we need that. And in the past it was Tsar and communism. Now we've got the Russia we have today. There's a lot of fake news, but a lot of fake news in this hemicycle as well. So these technological threats, I think you just have to draw on your own experience. We want for Europe, but what about, and then there's the voice of America, so we have to take a choice.
Thank you very much. Mr. Vasilkovsky. Next speaker, Kostas Papadakis. 1 minute, please.
Τον ανταγωνισμό ανάμεσα σε Ηνωμένες Πολιτείες.
The issues between NATO, America and Russia has led to more imperialistic clashes in Ukraine, followed by propaganda on both sides. The declarations of the Commissioner regarding the inauguration of Nysa and Athens has shown that war is afoot everywhere, online and elsewhere, and Greece is up to its neck in war. NATO bases are used to send arms to Ukraine, military forces, and for sanctions as well. If there is a cyber center of Europe, then that can be subject to counterattacks from Russia, who have already said it will do this. We can't bring the Greeks into this imperialistic war. Thank you. Next is Otmar Karas, please.
Liebe Kolleginnen und Kollegen.
Vice President. Colleagues, well, I think it's time for us to wake up. Cyber war is something that we're seeing in our daily lives now. Cyber attacks don't only take place in countries at war. Russia has carried out 40 cyber attacks so far against our electricity networks, our drinking water systems, water supply systems, military coordination institutions and critical infrastructure. And these attacks have all been registered. For this reason, we need a joint EU cyber defence. I think we need a joint cyber defence unit which can rapidly react to hybrid attacks and illegal content. We also need to see the competences of the European Union extended in this area. We need to boost the capacities of the European Centre for Cyber Criminality, which is part of Europol, and we need also better cooperation between national security and intelligence services. We also need to work on the digital skills of our citizens. We need to ensure that they can independently judge whether information is reliable or not. There's a lot for us to do, and we have to do it together. Thank you.
Ďakujem veľmi pekne. Ďalší vystupí.
Thank you. Next speaker is Javi Lopez. 1 minute.
Muchas gracias, presidente.
Yes, thank you very much, President, Commissioner. The war in Ukraine is yet another example of how cyber attacks have formed part of what happens on the battlefield. And they're going to be an integral part of international conflicts over the next few years. The Strategic Compass has explained to us that cyber security, or the cyber attacks, are one of the main challenges and threats facing the European Union for its prosperity, but also for its national security and democracy. And this is why we really have to tackle these threats and challenges with determination and robustly. And we have to do this. We have to learn how to respond to these attacks. We have to have clear tools, appropriate ways to tackle these attacks. And then we have to resist. We have to protect our critical infrastructure and our electoral structures as well. And thirdly, we have to find out who is actually behind these attacks and impose sanctions. So that's what we have to do, those 3 steps, so that we can also be a proper geopolitical actor in the digital age.
Ďakujem veľmi pekne.
Thank you very much. Next speaker is Ivas Ijabs. 1 minute.
Commissioner, when Vladimir Putin plans this so-called special military operation, he probably hopes for a quick and victorious war. However, Ukrainian resistance turned out to be fierce, and Western support for them is helping Ukrainians to fight back so heroically. It is obvious now that Russia is going to use all possible non-conventional means to hurt Ukraine and its allies. And increased intensity of cyber attacks is clearly a case in point. They are affecting our critical infrastructure, water and electricity supply, transport, medicine, and our supply chains. We shouldn't be naive. As violent, cynical, and inhumane as Putin's regime is in the physical war, it is also going to be in the cyberspace. What we need in Europe is to proceed swiftly with the new Cyber Resilience Act. Let me emphasize two elements here. First, strengthening the cooperation between computer security incident response teams in the member states, in identifying the threats timely, not being behind the hackers. Second, the development and coordination of offensive, not just defensive capacities among member states. It is very often crucial not just to block and prevent an attack. You have to be capable to seek out and to disrupt the malignant activities. That is what is needed to neutralize Putin's army of cyber criminals. Thank you very much.
Ďakujem veľmi pekne. Ďalšia.
Thank you very much. Ms. von Cremon-Tebedel is next, please. 1 minute.
Bombs fell on Kiev, Odessa, and Mariupol. There were Russian cyber attacks on Ukraine's infrastructure. Microsoft alone documented over 200 such attacks. In 2015, the Russian military intelligence hacker group, Sandworm, shut down critical infrastructure and triggered a power cut for thousands of Ukrainians. The Kremlin tried to repeat the trick 2 weeks ago, but thanks to the US, the attack could have been prevented. In times of hybrid warfare, the EU faces a new threat. We cannot always rely on the help of our allies or on the incompetence of our adversary. As we phase out of Russian oil and gas, Putin will only intensify our cyber attacks on our energy sector. The continent, Europe, of prosperity and highly educated people has all resources needed to bolster European defense against cyber attacks. However, we also need more political will and leadership. It is time to grow cyber capabilities at home and not to outsource the development of hardware and software abroad. Thank you.
Ďakujem veľmi pekne.
Thank you. Patrick Jaki, 1 minute, please.
Dziękuję, panie przewodniczący.
Thank you, President, Commissioner. Above all, we have to fight disinformation against the country that is helping Ukraine the most, like Poland. And it's quite characteristic that the attacks happening in Poland on the 3rd of May, the commemoration of the Constitution. West is afraid that Poland, once again, on the basis of a constitution and its freedoms, which was the first in Europe, that may, together with others, destroy Europe. This was what happened those centuries ago. But the same thing has happened today, and in the context of Ukraine. And that once again, we see what your understanding is of the situation with Poland, basically because you want to continue your business with Russia. You want the war to end perhaps as quickly as possible, and we would like Ukraine to win, which are two completely different things. And you're not to chide Poles, because the Poles created the first constitution, written constitution in Europe, so you can't teach us what freedom, democracy is. Long live the 3rd of May and long live the Constitution of the 3rd of May.
Ďakujem veľmi pekne.
Thank you very much. Zhenya Zovko.
Cyber attacks are fast-growing criminal activity. While the Russian invasion in Ukraine is mostly an offensive on the ground, experts warn for increasing cyber attacks as a countermeasure against our sanctions. The EU has to be prepared. We cannot allow a reactive approach. We need a proactive cyber defense. I regret to learn that the Court of Auditors recently concluded that the European Union bodies and agencies are insufficiently secured. A few days ago, the head of EU Cybersecurity Agency said that its incident reporting system is too bureaucratic and does not work. I call on the negotiators of the update to the EU Directive on Security of Network and Information System to address these issues and to provide a blueprint of a better secured European Union. Digitalization is crucial for our economic well-being, but the more we digitalize key infrastructures and critical sectors, the more vulnerable we get for cybercriminality. We have called on a stronger European defense, and cybersecurity is an essential part of it. Thank you.
Ďakujem veľmi pekne. Ďalšia...
Thank you very much. Marina Kaljurand, 1 minute, please.
Thank you, President. Commissioner. Venemaa hübriid-, info- ja küberrünnakud ei ole midagi uut.
Hybrid attacks from Russia are nothing new. For decades, they've used these means to meet their political ends. Ukraine has fallen foul to these attacks for a number of years. It's a good thing that the EU has reacted before the attacks of the 24th of February, but we need to help Ukraine. We need to carry on doing this, but we can't forget that we need to strengthen our cyber security. We know that there are weaknesses to this, and there are 3 aspects I'd like to stress. Firstly, this needs to be a political priority, using all resources necessary. Secondly, we need to improve NATO cooperation. Thirdly, Russian attacks cannot carry on in this way. We need to react to them, and we need to publish information on the attacks.
Ďakujem veľmi pekne. Ďalšia...
Thank you very much. Anna Julia Donat, 1 minute, please.
Tisztelt képviselőtársaim! Gyakran éri az Európai Uniót az a kritika, hogy túl lassú, túl bürokratikus.
Thank you very much. Now, the European Union is often criticised. We're told that the EU is too slow, too bureaucratic, and therefore weak. But if these were based on something, I mean, things just simply wouldn't work here. I mean, they're based on stereotypes. But the fact is that here, the important thing is to stick together, and therefore, obviously, you need certain procedures. But if we stick together, then I think we can resist Putin's influence. In addition, if we're going to act as a digital great power, it's together that we need to build a shield around the European Union. For many years now, Putin has been influencing, for example, the computer systems of our Ministry of Foreign Affairs in Hungary, and has been accessing all sorts of information. I think what we need is not less Europe, but more Europe. We need to free Hungary and the European Union from Russian influence, and we also need to act like a great power.
Thank you very much. Mr. Kozma Złotowski, 1 minute.
President, Commissioner, honourable colleagues, Russia has been waging war in the cyberspace against the European Union for many years, and aggression now in Ukraine was preceded by hack attacks on public institutions, state, civil servants, critical infrastructure in very many member states, including Poland. So we have to build up resilience to this conflict, the conflict that's being waged on the internet, and it's absolutely essential we do this for our security. And to this end, it's worth using the potential of advanced technologies, including artificial intelligence. We've got European companies who can supply the appropriate tools from the area of cybersecurity in the military and civil contexts, but we have to create the right kind of framework for this so it can develop. The draft AI Act that we're working on at the moment is ideal to do this and to facilitate research and investment in the necessary measures to protect us against a cyber attack. Sean Kelly for 1 minute.
Did not start on the 24th of February, nor will they end when the war ends in Ukraine. Europe must be prepared for the war to expand online, with critical infrastructure at risk. As technology advances and becomes further intertwined into our economies and infrastructure, we must be aware that cyber threats are also rapidly evolving in nature and sophistication. The EU and all member states need a digital security architecture that defends us robustly against cyber attacks. Ireland is a neutral country, yet in May 2021, our healthcare system suffered the biggest cyber attack in the history of the state. This affected most of the country's health services, including coronavirus testing, maternal care services, cancer care, COVID-19 tracking, and routine referrals for secondary care at a time when the whole system was under pressure. This, it appears, was at the hands of Russian hackers and criminals. This has led to a shift in thinking in Ireland, as we've seen that neutrality per se doesn't mean that you're exempt from Russian attacks. We have to take our defence much more seriously within the confines of neutrality. Cyber defence should be a priority, which means investment. That is what we must do.
Ďakujem veľmi pekne. Ďalšia.
Thank you very much. Pina Picciano has the floor. 1 minute, please.
Grazie mille, Presidente.
Thank you very much, President, colleagues. In this very difficult time, we have learned that there are many things that can be falsified in a war. Now there are missiles falling at this very moment, and we need to stand alongside the people that have been struck, that are being struck at the moment while we talk in this room. The old instruments of propaganda and disinformation, boots in the mud, infantry in this invasion that we've seen again, the threats that we're talking about this evening, which have gone across the world, this so-called hybrid war. We've learnt to recognise it recently, and despite that, the fact that the nature of this conflict is so complex, the responses of our institutions need to be strong, and we need more structured cooperation between member states. We need new means of defending ourselves against the unjustified aggression of Putin, and once again we need to stand firm.
Ďakujem veľmi pekne. Ďalší.
Thank you very much. Petrus Austrovicius.
Máte slovo.
Mr. Chair, Commissioner, dear colleagues. Russia's military and hybrid aggression against Ukraine only confirms the global nature and importance of cybersecurity. Russia's direct and indirect attacks against Ukraine have also increased the impact of the ongoing cold hybrid war on the West. Deterring cyber threats emanating from Russia and its allies, such as Belarus, don't forget it, requires an immediate attention on strengthening the EU's cyber resilience. We need to reassess existing threats and take the necessary decisions to protect our critical infrastructure and, more importantly, our people. We need to understand that cyber threats are here to stay and can have serious consequences if not properly addressed. We must pay particular attention to protecting our information space and our people from Russian trolls and attempts to interfere in our democratic processes by manipulating public opinion. Dear colleagues, with Russia waging a brutal war against democracy and freedom in Ukraine, we no longer have a luxury of talking about action. Now it's time to act and ensure the EU's and our partners' cyber security. Thank you.
Ďakujem veľmi pekne.
Thank you very much. Tonina Pizzula, 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, Mr. Commissioner, colleagues. We are all aware that wars are not limited to traditional types of warfare. The Russian invasion on Ukraine is just an evident example. Kremlin started testing its tactics in Ukraine many years ago, targeting even a power grid. Disinformation examples are well known, and particularly Russia disseminated 70% of all disinformation and fake news lately. Russian state sponsors, hackers and cyber criminals are still increasing their presence. They are very keen to target critical infrastructure. Those are basically the same actors with same intentions that launched cyber attacks during the COVID pandemic on hospitals or our medicines agency. That's why it's of utmost importance to be prepared. These attacks may have unimaginable repercussions, and our unity is a prerequisite for safety. Therefore, EU cybersecurity needs to be shown in practice. We absolutely have to support our agency for cybersecurity to strengthen the capacities of our member states with enough efforts and enough resources. Otherwise, we risk too much. Thank you.
Ďakujem veľmi pekne. Ďalší.
Thank you very much. Vlad George, 1 minute, please.
În 2022, cu război la granițe, ne întrebăm dacă suntem...
Thank you. In 2022, with war on our borders, we're wondering whether we're prepared, sufficiently prepared for cyber attacks. And I think the war in Ukraine has shown how vulnerable we are. It was, and the pandemic as well. We didn't have a proper health union. We didn't have proper digitalization in an integral way. We need transparency, rapidity. We need less red tape for our citizens, and we need to digitalize properly. It's not just a question of looking at indicators. We have seen that there are a lot of administrations are still dealing with applications on paper rather than doing them electronically. We discuss proposals for years and years on the basis of paper, and we negotiate on the basis of interests of political groups and parties, not the citizens. And we listen to those that are in their offices, not necessarily the experts in the field. So we really have to change the way we work, and the citizens will obviously tell us again.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Ms. Lopez Maldonado, 1 minute, please.
Gracias, presidente.
Thank you, President, Commissioner. Cybersecurity is an issue of democracy. In the war that we're seeing, children, women, men, war has a face, but it has the face of cybersecurity as well. So the EU needs to be up to the challenge. In Ukraine, we've seen the biggest cyber attacks ever against the Ministry of Defence and the National Bank, and the EU needs to react in cybersecurity. As the Commissioner was saying, it's important that we update the NIS directive. We need to be up to the challenges, but we need to look more carefully at what we think is critical infrastructure. It's not just traditional infrastructure, such as nuclear plants or value chains, electricity plants, but strategic infrastructure is digital, it's the banking and electoral systems. The EU needs to be able to respond together to protect the single market, but war is being waged on a daily basis. The EU needs to be more digital and protect its cybersecurity. Thank you.
Ďakujem veľmi pekne. Ďalší vystupí pán Andrej.
Thank you very much. Andreas Schieder, 1 minute, please.
Dankeschön, Herr Präsident, Herr Kommissar, sehr geehrte.
Thank you, President, Commissioner. Colleagues, well, I think we've heard a great deal about Russian cyber attacks on Europe, and we're not prepared for them, I don't think. But I want to discuss something else that's strategic. We, as a democracy, as the free world, are we in a position to be able to get the truth to the Russian public? I mean, we're seeing this war in Ukraine, but another problem is press freedom in Russia, which has become the first victim of Putin's regime. There were thousands of demonstrators that demonstrated against the war in Russia, and they were locked up by Putin's police. What we need here is digital information channels that can send the truth into the living rooms of Russian members of the general public, because it's only thus that the people, members of the general public, will know what's going on. Thank you.
Rozprave vystúpi pani Isabel Santos.
Thank you, Mrs. Isabel Santos. Now, please, for 1 minute.
A guerra na Ucrânia e os ciberataques que a precederam.
Thank you. The war in Ukraine and the cyber attacks which preceded the war in Ukraine and which are still continuing show that Europe has to become more resilient and strengthen its response to cyber attacks. Russia has shown that it has the necessary capacity to be able to carry out attacks which have very serious consequences. And they also launch disinformation campaigns, not only addressing the people in Ukraine, but also the member states of the European Union, so thus attacking our democracies. And in the military area and also in the cyber area, the European Union has to have mechanisms to respond to these cyber attacks. And the European Union has to be able to cooperate more closely with its allies, strengthening public administrations, critical infrastructures, businesses. And this is, with greater cooperation, that's how we can increase this protection, and we really have to protect and invest more.
Ďakujem veľmi pekne. Ďalší vystúpi.
Thank you. Now, Mr. Majorino, you are our next speaker.
Thank you very much, President. The terrible war Putin's waging has killed many people every day, as we've been seeing, but we need to be aware that this war has many faces and some of them less visible. A hybrid cyber IT war. For many years we have seen attacks against the EU's democratic interests coming from the outside. We need to open our eyes. We need to hugely invest in increasing our capacity and our strategic ability, particularly looking at critical infrastructure, which needs to be part of a common security and defense project, and a counter attack, as Mr. Schiedler was saying, means support to freedom, to free voices against Russia. We need to support those who are against Russia with Putin's terrible war.
Ďakujem veľmi pekne. Teraz pristúpime k procedúre Catch.
Thank you very much. That brings us to the Catch the Eye procedure, and our first speaker under Catch the Eye is Mr. Eugene Tomac. 1 minute, please.
Comisar, avansul tehnologic ne-a adus oportunități extraordinare.
President, Commissioner, technological progress represents very many opportunities. It's improved our lives, but we realize as well that when you have countries like the Russian Federation, they use modern instruments to attack other countries and their institutions to undermine and to jeopardize European democracy, then we have to come up with a united, rapid response. And it is essential that the European Union have some kind of cyber unit, because we need to have common defense in this very dangerous area. Only a few days ago, there were thousands of cyber attacks targeting Romania. And I think, therefore, that it is absolutely essential to realise that this enemy, this empire, which is led by a criminal, is ever more dangerous, and we need modern instruments and weapons to defend our democracy and values.
Ďakujem veľmi pekne. Ďalší vystúpi pán Juan Fernando López.
Thank you. Mr. Lopez Aguilar now, please.
Thank you, President, Vice President. These terrible events, Putin's war against Ukraine, have changed everything locally and globally, and we've seen a lot recently in terms of how war is being waged in a military sense. So there are other wars Putin's waging where Russia is a superpower, as it is in nuclear terms, mainly in terms of disinformation and manipulation, because Putin autocratically controls public and private media without any counterweights. So they have a narrative war, as we saw with the communication regarding manipulation and interference of Russia in the electoral procedures in the EU. We need to protect and isolate the European people against fake news and transparency with algorithms. We need to have sensible sanctions and so on, but we need to properly invest in cybersecurity to protect European values and security in the face of attacks on critical infrastructure. Thank you.
Ďakujem veľmi pekne. Ďalšia vystúpi pani Claire Daly.
Thank you. Mrs. Daly now, please.
Very much, President. I think if we are worried about cybersecurity, then it's a mistake to think of it solely in terms of cyber defence. Not all cybersecurity threats are state actors. Some are purely engineering problems. Some are problems with how our economy works. And if we're approaching everything as a defence issue, we may overlook this and undermine our actual cybersecurity. I mean, we have allowed a thriving private sector to enrich itself on cyber surveillance technology. We've seen an offensive hacking software proliferating. This has led us to Pegasus and so on. We've seen Western intelligence agencies tasked with cyber defence who, instead of reporting bugs in software, stockpile them, and they are then released afterwards to criminal gangs. And this is a good example, because Vladimir Putin is no more responsible for the hack on the Irish Health Service than the Irish Prime Minister is for the criminal actions of the Kinahan crime gang. This was an attack on a weak system, basic IT security practices, no updating of systems, no updating of software. If we allow the depletion of this vital infrastructure, devoid of public infrastructure, it'll be open to public attack by criminal gangs, and we must protect ourselves better.
Ďakujem veľmi pekne a teraz vystúpi pán.
Thank you very much. Now Mr. Polchak, please.
Thank you very much. I would like to join other colleagues who tell us all how unacceptable these attacks are and how important it is to increase our cybersecurity. We appear to be weak. Obviously, every member state in the EU is vulnerable to these attacks. These attacks don't focus only on governments. They target hospitals, they target logistics companies, and they pose an incredible threat to member states, companies, citizens, and institutions. At the same time, we need to make our system more resilient. We need to be more ready for these attacks. We need to update our directives. Cybersecurity is part of taking care of our critical infrastructure, and we also need to extend a helping hand to Ukraine. We have the European Space Agency, but at the same time, Elon Musk was the one who stepped in to save the internet in Ukraine. So let's think about that.
Pekne a na záver rozpravy.
Thank you very much. And to conclude, we now have Commissioner Skinas for the Commission, please.
Thank you for this rich debate. This is a defining moment for a Europe that protects. We are now at the crossroads. What is happening in Ukraine and in our neighborhood is not isolated. It is a sign of things to come. It prefigures what modern warfare will be like. Cybersecurity is no longer a side tech issue of concern to the specialists. It is a fundamental pillar of the security of our economies, of our societies, and of our democracies. It has nothing to do with industry. It has a lot to do with democracy. We have no time to lose if we want our union to be prepared, resilient, and able to respond to these threats. The perpetrators will not wait for us. We need to work together, now more than ever, and put in full motion what we have already identified and announced in our 2020 EU cybersecurity strategy. The whole lot. NIS2, critical infrastructure, the Cyber Resilience Act, the cybersecurity skills gap, and of course investment. These are the foundations of our European cybersecurity shield. But even more importantly, this is now the moment to move from a cyber shield to an actual cyber defense capability. And I'm sure that we will be able to rise up to this challenge. Let me conclude with a final point. Members of the European Parliament, Vasikovsky and Papadakis, after thousands of dead, after bombing the innocent and the vulnerable, after 5 million Ukrainian refugees that have been kicked out of their homes, they today, in today's debate, suggested that we should be realistic with Russia. That's their assessment of what we need to be done. Well, in all respect, I think it's not us that have to be realistic with Russia. It's Russia that have to be respectful to us. And they should stop warfare now, be it with bombs, cannons, or with computers. The best moment to stop is now. Thank you.
Ďakujem veľmi pekne. Rozprava k tomuto bodu.
Thank you very much, and that concludes this item on our agenda. The next item is the Commission statement on the impact of the Russian illegal war of aggression against Ukraine on the EU transport and tourism sectors. Our first speaker is Commissioner Ylva Johansson. You have the floor, please.
Thank you, President. Honourable members. The Commission would like to thank Parliament, and particularly the Transport and Tourism Committee, for having tabled this important and most timely resolution. Unfortunately, Commissioner Vălean was unable to be here this evening. So on her behalf, please allow me to begin by putting this resolution into context. Through its unprovoked and unjustified military actions, Russia is grossly violating international law and undermining European and global security and stability. The loss of life and human suffering is difficult to comprehend. The Commission condemns this aggression in the strongest possible terms. The transport sector and the individuals that keep it running are among the many victims of this needless violence. Ukraine's airports are barely functioning, Its ports are blocked, impeding the delivery of food and grain in particular, and railway lines continue to be the targets of attack. Commercial maritime vessels have also been bombed. At the same time, we can be proud of the way that our EU transport sector has responded to the crisis, carrying supplies to Ukraine while ferrying Ukrainians to safety, often for free. Transport operators and workers have shown us the meaning of the word solidarity. Commissioner Vălean herself witnesses the great efforts of our transport community during her visit to the Polish-Ukrainian border on the 11th of March. The Commission has fully supported these actions. We have applied maximum flexibility to road transport legislation, lifting toll obligations and relaxing driving and rest time rules. We have also issued guidelines on simplifying border checks for individuals, such as transport workers. If the conditions allow, we are also recommending special lanes for lorries. And we will need to ask the road transport sector to help Ukraine again, along with the rail and inland waterways sectors. With most of Ukraine's seaports out of bounds, we need to find other ways for Ukraine export its goods into the EU. We are working in close collaboration with the Ukraine Support Group and Member States to identify how best to redirect freight transport, and we have already asked the Council for a mandate to negotiate an agreement with Ukraine and Moldova on the transport of goods by road. This is a first step, and we are confident that we will be able to start negotiations with both partners quickly. The agreement will also address EU recognition of driving licenses and professional certificates issued in Ukraine. The Commission calls on the European Parliament to give its consent swiftly. We need the agreements to be in place within weeks for our friends in Ukraine and for food security elsewhere. When considering the many impacts of Russia's invasion of Ukraine, the people of Ukraine must always be first and foremost in our minds, as well as the very serious effect on the transport sector. Rising fuel costs are a very visible and direct impact on most transport modes and their users. But let us not forget the services that previously crossed Ukraine, the Black Sea, Russia and Belarus. Rerouting also pushes costs upwards. And we are also seeing disruptions in our supply chains, including for food. It's clear that the war is having an impact, but for the time being, it's difficult to quantify that impact. The Commission is closely monitoring the situation for transport and tourism and is working around the clock to mitigate the impacts. Asking slot coordinators to provide air carriers with sufficient flexibility to retime their slots for routes affected by the war is just one example. The tourism ecosystem has been among the most impacted by COVID and now faces further uncertainties due to the Russian aggression on Ukraine. While we have rather reassuring evidence for the upcoming summer seasons showing an overall strong demand for travel within the EU, you rightly mention in your resolution that member states bordering Ukraine are facing particular difficulties due to the perceived risk of the military activities expanding. Nevertheless, the governments and businesses of these countries have shown particularly strong solidarity with Ukraine by hosting Ukrainian refugees and facilitating their employment and integration. In this context, the Commission has provided a number of measures to urgently redirect EU funds in support of these efforts, to help Ukrainian refugees and to provide relief for businesses due to rising energy costs. In particular, the temporary state aid crisis framework in the context of Russia's invasion of Ukraine and the cohesion action for refugees in Europe, CARE, allowing flexible and speedy relocation of available funding to such emergency support. Hotels and other accommodations can benefit from this support. The Commission is committed to continue its support to the EU tourism ecosystem by addressing the lasting impacts of the pandemic and of the Russian war, as well as facilitating recovery and transformation of the sector towards increased sustainability and resilience to the future shocks through the implementation of the transition pathway for tourism. While our transport and tourism sectors are certainly feeling the effects of Russian aggression, the impact is even greater for Russia. International Russian civil aviation connections have been drastically reduced. And closer to home, there are now no flights operated over EU territory by Russian or Belarusian registered aircraft. We are also working on securing the same conditions for aircraft registered in third countries but under Russian ownership. In road transport, we are watching closely to ensure that the current situation are being observed by all parties. The same applies to maritime transport for both access to EU ports and export restrictions on certain vessels and marine equipment. In rail transport, Russian railways have been added to the list of legal entities and bodies subject to financial restrictions. And if the situation on the ground continues to deteriorate, I can assure you that the Commission will not hesitate to introduce additional measures. So let me conclude again by thanking you very much for this opportunity to address you on this crucial issue, and I very much look forward to your comments and questions. Thank you.
Ďakujem veľmi pekne za klub EPP.
Thank you very much, Commissioner. Now for the EPP, we have Mr. Marinescu. There is a point of order, I understand, please.
Muchas gracias, Presidente. Thank you very much. We have problems with the Spanish translation, so it's coming and gone, and we cannot follow the debate without the translation. In English it's fine, but if somebody else is going to use other languages, we have problems with that. If you can fix it, please.
Thank you very much for raising it. I will
ahora sí.
Ask the services to make sure that the translation works in all, interpretation works in all languages. Thank you for raising the issue. Ďalší teda v rozprave vystúpi pán Marinescu. Na 2 minúty, prosím, máte slovo.
Mr. Marinescu, then, please.
Can you please, is it possible to turn on the...
Yes, thank you. Thank you, Chair. Transportul european se luptă încă cu efectele pandemiei COVID-19, suportă cu greu presiunea schimbării.
Now, the transport sector has had to deal with the consequences of the pandemic and also the changes required under the Green Deal. Now it has to deal with the war in Ukraine, which has affected sea and air transport. We need assistance for the transport sector as soon as possible. We need to maintain mobility and the functioning of our economies, and also so that we can continue to assist Ukraine. I hope that this war will end with a Ukrainian victory and will lead to a new situation, because Russia can no longer be a partner or ally of the European Union in any area whatsoever. We need to refigure our programs so that we improve connections with the rest of Europe. We need to extend TEN-T to Moldova, Georgia and other countries, and we need to redraw transport maps in the east of Europe. The European Investment Bank needs to propose a series of investments for all 3 countries, and we also need to improve our budget for military mobility. Their budgets have been reduced dramatically, and that was a major error. We could use funds from the second pillar of the Resilience Fund, which is currently not being used for that. Thank you.
Ďalší v rozprave vystúpi.
Thank you very much. Our next speaker for the S&D group is Mr. Bauda Diaz, please.
Today's unprecedented crisis transport is a strategic tool for the EU to provide solidarity and support to Ukraine and its suffering people in terms of logistics, humanitarian aid, and refugees evacuation and mobility. Moreover, the rise in fuel prices following the pandemic has been further exacerbated by the economic sanctions imposed on the Russian Federation. Higher prices of fuels and products will impact households and possibly lead to increased energy and transport poverty, but they will also have an impact on transport workers. And our reaction needs to show solidarity between all EU member states to our citizens, workers, families and vulnerable groups. Proactive and preventive measures are crucially needed to support our citizens through the transition, including incentives or direct support to keep their jobs, change their vehicles, make their homes efficient and their fuels affordable. Our transition to climate neutrality is our transition to energy independence, which is now needed more than ever. However, the transition can be called sustainable only if it shields humble and vulnerable. Thank you so much.
Ďakujem veľmi pekne. Ďalší v rozprave vystúpi za skupinu Renew Europe.
Thank you very much. Now on behalf of the Renew Europe group, we have Mr. Bauza Diaz. 2 minutes, please.
Muchas gracias, Presidente.
Yes, thank you, President. Dear Commissioner, it is quite clear that Putin's war is not being waged only in Ukraine, and that the European Union has more than sufficient mechanisms to tackle this, sanctions, and more sanctions. But I don't think we should forget that this comes at a cost, and it could push us to the edge of the economic abyss and also upset our energy system. Sanctions are necessary, but of course they have consequences for our logistics, our supply chains, for our transport as well, because we have seen that the price of fuel is going up every day in an exorbitant fashion. And I think we really, once and for all, have to put an end to the dependence on Russia's gas and oil. But we have to prepare for storing this oil and gas in the medium term and in the long term to be prepared for winter. And there is a solution, a viable alternative, which is European and strategic in nature, and which will counteract the shortages of gas from Putin. And the solution is called Spain. Spain has an oil and gas storage capacity, which is huge, and it can import LNG we have and turn it into gas to be sent to the rest of Europe. But there is a bit of a bottleneck, and that is that there is no connection beyond the Pyrenees to the central system, the European system. So we need the mid-cut. That's what we need in order to be able to allow this to go ahead. So, as I said, sanctions are necessary, but we have to be careful that we can't, that we ask our citizens for unnecessary sacrifices if we haven't done everything possible to mitigate these. And we haven't tried everything yet. And as I said, we have this opportunity for Spain and the European Union, and it's called a mid-cut. We can't lay the blame at anybody else's door. It depends on our political will. It depends on us. Thank you.
Ďakujem veľmi pekne. Ďalší v rozprave vystúpi pán Kieran Cuff.
Thank you very much. Our next speaker is Mr. Cuff for 1.5 minutes on behalf of the Greens, please.
Fellow members, I want to pay tribute to the transport workers who risk their lives to keep transport in Ukraine running, without which millions of refugees would not have been able to flee Putin's aggression, without which goods and supplies would not be able to go to where they are needed most, without which countless more lives would have been lost. Putin's armed forces have cruelly targeted transport vehicles and infrastructure with tragic loss of human life. Almost 1/3 of Ukraine's infrastructure has been damaged or destroyed at a cost of €100 billion. Bridges, highways, railways, airports and ports have been devastated. And that is why the European Union must provide a new Marshall Plan to rebuild Ukraine and boost renewables. We can help keep the Ukrainian transport sector intact and operating, but we need to help it rebuild from the damage caused and maintain open links with the European Union. These vital arteries are needed to help keep people alive. So I repeat, the European Commission and Member States need to come forward with a new Marshall Plan to rebuild Ukraine, to boost renewables, to wean us off oil and gas, and specifically Putin's oil and gas, now and forever, to protect Ukraine and the planet. Glory to Ukraine.
Ďakujem veľmi pekne. Ďalší v rozprave vystúpi.
Yes, thank you very much. And the next speaker is Danilo Lancini from ID for 1 minute.
Grazie, Presidente.
Thank you, President. There's been unanimous condemnation of the war against Ukraine, and we need to do our utmost to stop this terrible war with pacifist means. There's war, there are arms being sent to Ukraine. That's not enough. Many people have lost their lives. If we want to weaken, until we can weaken Russia, the war will carry on a long time. War is being waged tens of thousands of kilometers from the actual conflict itself because of the energy supply, where geopolitical interests are being held up against the deaths of thousands of people. We need to make sure that interests don't come to the fore here. We are carrying on with the same attitude as we've had because we're scared of the economy suffering. The minimum that we need to make sure that we safeguard here is the energy supply, and we need to move on to less damaging transport and using renewable fuels. Thank you.
Ďakujem veľmi pekne. Ďalší v rozprave vystúpi.
Thank you very much. And on behalf of the ECR, Mr. Robert Gille, 1.5 minutes.
Chair, Madam Commissioner, definitely when it comes to the transport, the Commission and the Member States have done much more than in the field of energy. But undoubtedly there are many issues that we need to solve urgently. When it comes to medium term, we are looking at the revision of TEN-T. There are geopolitical changes that are happening to the TEN-T. We have to remove any connections when it comes to Russia and Belarus, and we have to replace these connections to those that unite us with Ukraine, Moldova, and Georgia. And second of all, the mobility budget. This mistake when the Council reduced 4 times the budget for military mobility, it is a mistake. We have to correct that. Military mobility in Europe is much more important than any European army. What are the most urgent steps? First of all, the Commission should ensure that road transport and also inland waterways can be used to transport goods from Ukraine, including grain, taking into account that the ports have been blocked. And when it comes to sanctions for railways, we have to apply those to Russian railways. And we also have to suspend the mandate for Russia at the Organization for Cooperation of Railways. And when it comes to aviation, we have to boycott Russian candidates at the ICAO board elections. At the 41st ICAO Assembly this year. This will be a very targeted step that will show that we take all these issues seriously at the transport sector.
Ďalšia v rozprave vystúpi za skupinu Left.
Thank you. On behalf of the Left, Mrs. Elena Contura for 1.5 minutes.
Thank you, President. Well, tourism represents around 10% of EU GDP, and it supports thousands of jobs in member states. Businesses and workers in the tourist sector are struggling to survive as a result of the pandemic, and now they find themselves struck by the war in Ukraine and the serious energy crisis that we're facing. Costs of energy and transport have gone through the roof. Inflation is constraining European budgets, and we need to act rapidly to support the travel and tourism sector so that thousands of jobs aren't lost. Our proposals need to be implemented immediately by the Commission and Member States. Firstly, we need a plan to support the tourism sector and defend it from the consequences of the war and the pandemic, and we need enough resources earmarked for that. We need a mechanism to manage the crisis in the tourism sector. This particularly needs to go to SMEs. There need to be tax breaks for the tourism sector so that it can face up to the increased cost of energy and food. And again, this particularly needs to go to SMEs who are still struggling to survive after 2 years of the pandemic. And finally, we need to postpone the payments deadlines for companies working in the tourist sector that need to be made to public sector.
Na 1 minútu.
Mr. Mario Furore for 1 minute.
Grazie, Presidente.
Thank you, President. First, the pandemic and now the war in Ukraine. The transport sector and the tourism sector are suffering greatly. Energy prices are going up, and that means that ticket prices have gone up, so it's impossible for many families to travel. Rampant inflation in tourism has led to a new form of poverty and loneliness, and that's something we need to stop. I would repeat to the Commission that we need a fund for tourism to support those companies that support millions of people in Europe. And another call, the sanctions that have been leveled against Belarus have had a boomerang effect. Many people can't get to Italy from Belarus, and we need to take action. We need to run humanitarian flights protecting minors that want to join up with their families elsewhere in Europe. Let's open our eyes to the misery caused by this war. Thank you.
Ďakujem veľmi pekne. Ďalšia vystupí v rozprave pani
Yes, thank you very much. And now, Mrs. Elżbieta Łukasiewska for 1.5 minutes. President, honourable members, peace, freedom and democracy are invaluable, and what's happening in Ukraine shows this. Sanctions being imposed on Russia, obviously we've seen this affecting the transport sector, as the Commissioner has said. So obviously we have to look at the economic and social aspects of this, carry out an analysis and strengthen the sector through financial support. And we have to ensure that it is functioning smoothly on the internal market of the European Union. But obviously what is important, equally important, is the transport sector in Ukraine. And the further victims of the war is the transport sector. Tourists have decided not to travel to certain member states in the European Union because they're afraid of the effects of war. For example, to Poland, Romania, the Baltic states and Bulgaria. And we know that we've already had the COVID pandemic, and the tourism sector suffered then, and they're trying to do as best as they possibly can. We can see that those trying to help the Ukrainian refugees by putting them up, accommodation, transport. But we do need support for this sector, so that any financial support can go to local authorities in Poland, for example. The local territorial authorities are supporting and helping the refugees from Ukraine from their own resources, and this is a great burden on the budgets of the local and regional authorities, and they're not getting support from anywhere else or financial support. Thank you.
Ďakujem veľmi pekne. Ďalší vystupí pán Ismail Ertug.
Yes, thank you very much. Mr. Ismail Ertug, you have 1 minute.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. Sehr geehrte Frau Kommissarin, sehr verehrte Kolleginnen.
Commissioner, Colleagues, well, this terrible war has now been ongoing for 69 days and all modes of transport are affected. 5 sanctions packages have been introduced already, and the people of Ukraine deserve our full support and solidarity. I think one of the main measures that we need to take is to boost railways so that we can rapidly and better help the people in Ukraine. And here we need wide support, particularly financial in nature. Colleagues, all the destruction from the war will have to be repaired and rebuilt after the war, and we also need to ensure that we have clear plans. Mr. Koch mentioned a Marshall Plan, but I think we should follow the proposals from Mr. Timmermans, who's responsible for the Green Deal. Thank you.
Ďakujem veľmi pekne. Ďalšia v rozprave vystúpi.
Thank you very much. And now, Mrs. Izaskun Bilbao Barandika for 1 minute.
Thank you, President, Commissioner. European logistics is one of the victims of the illegal invasion of Ukraine. All sectors of transport are affected by energy prices rising and by operational problems affecting all transport modes and people that work in the sector. I'm pleased to see the content of the resolution for transport and tourism from the Commission, and there are 3 aspects that need to get priority. Direct attention to people whose jobs are at risk, support to companies, and to revise those investment plans in TEN-Ts with 3 objectives: improving connections with border countries with Ukraine, finding alternatives to the Russian plan to control the export and supply lines from Ukraine, improving infrastructure for dual use that meet the needs of military mobility. We need an action plan to compensate the tourism sector, which is losing clients across the board.
V rozprave vystúpi pani.
Yes, thank you very much. Mrs. Karima Delli for 1 minute. You have the floor.
Madame la Commissaire, mes chers collègues.
Commissioner, colleagues, the Russian attack on Ukraine, which took place at the end of February, has put transport on the front page of the news. Trains carrying humanitarian services, goods being carried through the ports, evacuation of refugees. Transport is at the heart of